PKA 710 with our guest Scott Sullivan. Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load, Blue Chew, and our merch. All of them linked below. You should check out the merch and Lock and Load and Blue Chew. Talk more about them later. Scott Sullivan, wonderful guy, buddy of mine. Thank you for joining. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. You know, I'm here to have a good time. You know, sit around like zoning out again, like that for 4 hours. You know.
They love that.
After the last episode, Scott, because we play games together online all the time, he DM'd me and was like, sorry, that was rough. I have the flu terribly and was trying not to vomit on camera. I was like, yeah, no wonder I had a difficult time maintaining energy. I'm glad you're feeling good this time. Now, I know you're really close with Boogie, right?
Oh, dude. I've known him for years, bro. We go way back. High school buddies.
Yeah. And so you saw, what do you think about this face tattoo he's doing as penance for being a cancer fibber?
That I don't know. I mean, if he gets more, maybe he could turn it into like a SoundCloud rapper type of deal, you know, like that thing they do.
Yeah, it's like a cross on his cheek.
Yeah,
I'm convinced it's fake. Zach, can you find the picture of him in the chair where he just got it?
I feel like it's real, just because he's been going off the edge for so long that I wouldn't put this past him.
That's kind of what I was thinking too, but also like they do fake tattoos, don't they? Those ones that like they come out after a while. Yeah.
There's lots of different. So there's like 3 or 4 different ways to fake that. You can get them hand drawn on. You can get henna stuff done. You can also get temporary tattoos like we always had as a kid. When I was a kid, they'd come in bubblegum wrappers. Jesus.
Yeah.
And they'd wear right off. But they also make this other generation of temporary tattoos that go on like the ones I just mentioned from the gum wrappers, but they last like weeks and weeks. If you're kind of like on the fence, whether you want to live with a tattoo, it's a good place to start.
Do I really want liar on my cheek forever? Or do I
can't tell if that's fake. Here's my thought process though. The whole thing, it's a tattoo that says liar. It'd be pretty, it'd go with his character for it to be fake, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
Is there a video or is there not a video? I'm very ignorant about this. This is new shit to me. Did he like not record him getting it?
That's perfect. So, all right, Zach, can you also, hopefully you'll be able to switch back and forth. This is my tattoo. Now, I want you to know, like, I got this tattoo. She wiped it with witch hazel or whatever she does. And then they walked us over to some other part of the tattoo parlor and then they took pictures. Do you see how it's locally red and irritated? Right. Mm-hmm. And there's my wife. An hour later, we got matching tattoos. If you go back to his doesn't have that effect at all.
He's already quite red.
Yeah, he's already got red fat guy face.
If you zoom into it on the A, where it crosses the A, it goes past the diagonal line. And it's Sharpie thickness. It is Sharpie thickness, and it goes past the A. Something you'd have to do very intentionally with a needle. I
think it's because it's Comic Sans font, and that's how the A in Comic Sans looks. To put an argument on the other side of it being real, is if it was a straight up lie, you would put it like on your forehead, under your eye. Like the fact that he put it exactly, like if I had to have liar tattooed on my face, I would put it right where he did because I'm going to grow a beard and you will never see that ever. And so he put it somewhere you can't hide it if it's
hang
real.
on a goddamn minute. There's a guy fucking putting it on his face with a tattoo gun. What are we even talking about anymore? Like there's proof.
Real.
Oh wait, that's enough proof? It's not enough proof for me.
What you think? I
think that they staged a thing? Yes, that's what I'm accusing them.
You don't think that Wing's critical eye right there is proof enough?
Is that how they do the henna tattoos though? Because like I've been to like
no, not with a tattoo gun. No, that's what he's like. I don't know, maybe like no.
I genuinely don't know how. I know they last longer than you might guess.
They paint them on. It's like art. That's a tattoo gun. Like I gave a guy a tattoo once, and it was hard getting that guy to loan me the tattoo gun. It's hard to get a tattoo guy, as sketchy as it seems, to go along with nonsense. I tried. It took me an hour.
If you look at the back of the tattoo artist's head right there, you can see the facial, like he is smiling as he's doing it.
I just got to say, I think this is Look, I see the
You think
tattoo
it's
gun.
real?
How am I? Yeah, I mean, there's a guy with a tattoo gun there with some gloves. It looks like they're in an office. I see like some, I don't know, some prep gear and shit. I see Boogie's lunch back there, what's left of it. Like, this looks real to me. Like, and if he fooled me, who cares?
Yeah, no, his lunch is actually out in a flatbed in the parking lot.
If it's fake, he's got to get another one.
Yeah,
Got to get another one on the other side.
make it even. He's you know, it is funny because Woody's right. He is such a liar that it's hard to.
Dude, I think they staged, and not just that. I think Keemstar like did all the like groundwork to make this happen. This is part of the show, the production, etc.
I could see something happening like I don't follow their show, but if Keemstar is clearly the head honcho, you know, holding the reins there, and so if he told Boogie, "You're out unless you do some like insane penance," you need liar tattooed on your face. Like, I could see Boogie being pushed into this and him agreeing to it just as much as I could see him lying.
I hear you, and I agree with the thought process. I still lean towards the lie part. The A to me was proof. You know, the fact that it has that like error in it, how it goes through the diagonal line. But if that's
why would that be proof of what?
Proof that they used a Sharpie and couldn't tell where to stop drawing. Also,
well, I mean,
there are no pictures of any kind of skin irritation. Like nothing, like mine. You know,
sure.
like
he's red faced. I just think his skin's red. It looked red to me in that photo. I don't care either way, if I'm being honest. Like it's fucking silly.
Well, everything you talk about is silly.
A little bit of okay. I'm doing research here. The A does stick out a little bit in the Comic Sans font, but on the other side of the A, and so we've closed one mystery and opened up another.
Yeah, right. Is there mirroring in the process? If that was the case, then all the rest of the letters wouldn't work, right?
I hope it's real because he's just going to grow a beard out. You would only put it there if it was real. Is that
a little too high though? I feel like I don't know.
For his beard, I don't.
Yeah,
it's on his first chin.
It's on the actual chin. Yeah, it's on the actual jawline. So I don't know.
No, I don't see any jawline.
That's fair. You know? yeah, but
good for him. That's cool.
Yeah, that's super cool. That man, he's got to get.
Do you want one now?
No,
I do. God,
but then again, neither of us have ever lied about having cancer. I've never had cancer, and you had the most dangerous of cancers and survived.
Dude, I would have rather had.
Kyle and Woody had basal cell carcinoma. Don't look it up. Propagandists will have you believe that it's barely even cancer and more of like a routine thing at the dermatologist. But really, they were in fear of their life.
I had plastic surgery.
I sent him an edible arrangement.
I had to wear an eye patch.
He did. And it was kind of cool.
I'm not going to go into
it. I wish I could have worn an eye patch.
It was one of the worst things that have happened to me ever in my life. It was like top 3, and I've been through some rough shit. This was bad.
What the bridge of my nose? They cut me right in the vanity.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle's is actually Scott, basal cell carcinoma is like a skin cancer thing, and like usually it's like a mole or something that they're like, hey, you ignore this for 70 years and you'll die of old age.
Maybe.
And like, but really, like Kyle had it on his eye, and so they had to pizza slice part of his eyelid off and stitch it back together, and so his actually does seem fairly traumatic having an eye surgery.
I remember telling the Uber driver where she was taking me and her being like, oh no, I wouldn't go. I'm like, I don't want to fucking go. If I could tell you to take me to Disney World, I would, lady. Don't you get it? This is my worst morning I've had in memory.
Was that shocking to you? Do you usually get like sage advice from the Atlanta Uber community?
Honestly, I love talking to those people. I love talking to Uber drivers. I've never met
those
shitty
people. Look at yourself.
Yeah, the people who choose to drive people around in their cars and pretend they're taxi drivers for a living. I like those people. They're usually hustlers. They've usually got like a story. They often have like a family and they got these plans to move up. He's like, oh, this is the beginning right here. We're starting at Uber driver, but we're going to CEO. Like they've got plans. It's fun to talk to those guys.
No, in Atlanta, probably
Uber Eats.
I saw a video today. This guy, this Uber driver's dropping these gentlemen of color off at this hotel or some shit. I think they're in England. And suddenly one of the former passengers returns to the vehicle being chased by 2 men who are stabbing him. And the passenger also has a knife. And he's clearly been stabbing people too, because he's got blood all over his fist from like stabbing people with a stabbing knife. And they're smashing the windows out of the back, and they're stabbing the guy through the windows. You know, they can't get all the way in.
Who's the guy?
The driver's behind the wheel, but the two men who chased the passenger back to the car, they're on either side of the rear of the vehicle. Sort of, you know, when one reaches in, he jumps to the other side and then back and forth, and they're stabbing him with these little stabs in the arms and shoulders and stuff. Like he can't get away from them, but they can't get a killing shot in. And the driver is worried about his car. He's like talking shit about how they've messed his car.
Sir, please do not stop him in my front seat. I beg of you. It is my main job.
That's what he sounded like. And and the poor victim is back there. He's calling the driver uncle. Like, I guess that's just slang or some shit over there. He's like, drive, uncle, drive, uncle, drive. And that car sits there no less than like 30 seconds of this guy getting stabbed until finally uncle like gets the message and puts the pedal to the metal. But even then, Woody, he's driving so slow that the men aren't that far behind with the knives. And this guy is like, he comes out with a fistful of money, like cash. And he's like, here, take it all. Just go, uncle, go. And then the car moves fast.
Were you able to see if there was a justifiable reason for not going forward faster?
No, you don't get any story.
He was probably scared because someone who's involved in a violent crime just got in his car, and he's like, "This guy's going to stab me too." A guy covered in blood gets in your car and is like, "Step on it."
It's
like,
not just a guy covered in blood though. Like this hit. You know, the video picks up way before the violence. So these guys were conversating. They were having a good time on the way to this destination and everything. And I would have been so mad at that fucking driver. It's like, go, dude, just go. I'm being stabbed to death back here. He took 3 or 4 stab wounds he didn't need to take. The guy just needed to leave.
You know what? His negotiation tactic worked because he ended the ride with a fistful of money, didn't he?
Yeah,
like part 5 of the stars. Deal going on.
You know, next time I recommend you lead with the fistful of cash.
That's like a third world thing, is like they're just like pros at minding their own business, to the point where like I saw an episode of Gangland. There was Asian gangs, these Cambodians, like fresh off the boat, and a rival gang stops into a bar and starts shooting the bar up, and these Cambodians that aren't involved at all, they're just like sitting there watching it happening, like it's not even going on. It's just like there's no thought of like, what if I'm next? What if I'm next? They're just like, no, it doesn't concern me. No, not my problem. Yeah,
I've seen that in India too, where like, and sometimes it's like a whole revenge mob where it'll be like, watch the women of Magumbade take revenge on one of the many town rapists. And then like people are just like in the middle of their fruit selling operation in the middle of the city. There's a guy being like sodomized to death by a broken broom handle, and people are still buying fucking radishes behind it. Just like, yeah, you know, I'm glad they finally caught him. Anyway, I'll have 4. What's the price on it? They're like haggling for fruit behind someone being killed.
Sounds even like just a hot dog vendor at a baseball game.
Yeah. I mean, we're not too far. I mean, that's kind of what, you know, St. Louis after a Blues game's like. If some guy was getting stabbed to death and I was on the way to my car, I'd be like, that's a damn shame, everybody. Damn shame what's going on over there.
I would be like the county. I would run so fast if I saw someone going ham with a knife somewhere, because you know that guy's like, well, he's deranged. It's a crazy person, and I really don't want to get stabbed. Like I can't tell you how much I don't want to get stabbed. So much. Like I've seen those. Like I've seen a lot of stab wounds and slashing wounds from the internet, and they look just so awful. I don't think they ever heal right. It's not like the goddamn movies. The movies, they make it seem like the more violent the movie is, the more it promotes violence. But I think it might be the opposite. I think the problem is that you get these John Wick sort of like fall off a motorcycle and get stabbed 4 times and shot twice, and you're good at the end of the movie, every movie. Or you just staple it together and you walk away. Oh my God. When somebody gets stabbed like that, they might never, you end up with a colostomy bag or some shit. Your life is ruined. I don't want to get stabbed. So I'm not getting involved with that shit either. Taylor, you must have been super plugged in over the weekend. Your favorite person in the world came to the country, Bibi Netanyahu.
Vladimir Tarasenko.
Okay. He spoke before Congress, and man, did they kiss his ass, Taylor. You'd have loved it. That Fetterman schlub, the guy who's been wearing like shorts and a hoodie for the last 4 years.
If you want to know who rules over you, see who John Fetterman puts a suit on for.
That man was looking sharp. He must have had that thing tailored or something, because it fit his fat ass. And they just sucked BB off for the whole time. One of the ladies from the squad, who I know you're a big fan of, Talib or something like that. She's the one that wears the turban, I think, often.
Omar, maybe?
Yeah, something like that. One of those awful people. She had like a sign that said something about genocide. So everybody else is standing clapping, and she's holding her genocide sign. So I know that probably won some love from you over. And then I saw that there was a crowd peacefully protesting outside, and they pulled down the American flags and burnt them while they all chanted, "Burn that shit."
Do you see the cop getting dragged around, or someone like ran?
Was he mutilated?
He was mutilated, dude. Mutilated.
Was there a cop getting dragged around? I actually didn't see.
Yeah. He was like trying to stop one fight, and then like someone grabbed him, was yanking him around. The cop didn't look big enough, and I think it might have been a girl cop. Another tally in favor of we need big, heavy, strong boys in positions as police officers. Can't have girls doing it. I'm sorry, everyone. Girls can go do all sorts of important jobs, finger painting.
I'm normally a news junkie, and I'd be tied in on this, seeing every video, but I have a newfound Elden Ring addiction, so I'm a little off the grid.
When we talk about gaming later, I want to revisit that.
Okay.
Scott, did you watch any of these bad eggs causing problems yesterday?
I saw a couple of things on Twitter, them pulling down the flags and stuff like that. I didn't know about that cop getting dragged. You know, that's pretty crazy. Mutilated.
I'm sorry, Hutch. It's just fun.
Hutch was so Hutch. I don't know if I wish we had asked the audience to vote who they thought won the argument, Hutch or Dick Masterson. Clearly, Hutch won every single engagement they had. But like in reality, but I bet it didn't feel like that to some people. But yeah, back to the flag thing. I was thinking about this earlier as I talk to myself a lot, probably too much. And I was thinking about how there are aspects of the Second Amendment that people try to sort of pick away at, whether it's universal background checks or whatever. And I don't like that. And I feel the same way about the First Amendment. So I despise those flag burning people. I kind of, when I watch them do it, the reptilian part of my brain wants some big fucker to come out of nowhere and blindside them. Remember those commercials with the linebacker, the office linebacker, and if you were flirting with a girl at the water cooler, he'd come and blindside you, knock the fuck out. I wanted that to happen. I want them to get hurt. I want them to accidentally set themselves on fire while they're doing it. That would be wonderful. But at the same time, that's the whole point of the First Amendment. They've got the right to burn that fucking flag. If there's some ordinance about starting fires in the park, that's a different story. But if anything,
really is. There's no way that slipped past the goalie for this many years.
It seems like they stole that. In that instance, they stole a flag and destroyed it. And probably in a place where you're not allowed to make small fires of any kind. So they probably broke 2 or 3 little laws. But as far as a law against burning the flag, I'm not up for that. You burn it if you want to.
But if you sneeze on a trans flag, you're going to jail for a few years.
Well, that's a different story. That's a hate crime, sir. That's hate crime legislation. We send you to a special prosecutor for that. Guess who picks him?
I agree with every syllable of what Kyle said. I hate it with all my heart. I do also think there shouldn't be any law against it. And then I also see it from another side where the flag burners are always more blue team than red team, right? I don't see very many Republicans burning flags at all. So I'm like, you fucks are making us look bad. Would you just stop? Yeah. If you want to be anti-supporting Israel, I can get on board with that. I can see arguments for the U.S. not getting themselves in this war. I get it. But why are you burning the U.S. flag as a way to make your point? That's a bad look. You're not convincing people.
And it's not compelling because they're the same people that Scott's right. If at that same protest someone burned a gay flag, they would be calling the cops to have that person arrested for being hateful. They're safe edgy. And they're burning the American flag. How crazy! That's so wild. You're gonna get in so much. Oh no, you're not. It's ridiculous and it's disgusting to see. I don't like it.
I don't like it.
We're American,
but that's not the question, right?
You should be able to.
Like it.
Just like you should be able to burn the gay flag if that's what you want to do without going to jail.
If it's yours. If it's yours,
yeah, you can't.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure if I burnt my own gay flag, then nothing would happen to me.
Probably.
I think
depends where you
I think we're just making this up. No one would actually call the cop. Nothing would happen.
I mean, people have gotten arrested for like driving, like burning out over the gay crosswalks.
Well, that's different.
That's not the same as burning your own property or like, you know.
They'd have gotten arrested no matter what was painted on those crosswalks.
Really?
They're reckless driving out there. They're doing donuts in the intersection, Taylor. Like, I don't know why we painted.
You don't think that's cool?
Look, frankly, I don't know why we're painting the road with the LGBTQ fucking flag. It's paint it white and yellow so we can see that shit. What are you doing? Why is there
white? Why not black?
Jesus, Kyle, exactly. Why aren't crosswalks black, huh?
Because black absorbs light and white reflects.
Wow, get a load of this, not this Hitler we have. A regular Hitler.
But that is why they're burning the flag.
I think the stoplights should be black.
They see see the United States inviting someone who they view as a literal Hitler and Bibi Netanyahu, someone who's engineering this genocide of 65,000 people or something now, and is doing his best to annex land, you know. And I could be wrong about this. I don't follow their politics, but wasn't his referendum or whatever, his like time in office up and but he's extended it because of, you know, we're at war or whatever.
Yes.
Didn't he avoid prosecution of some sort?
That's why he's staying in power. And that's also why he let's just say he at least has a good reason to keep this war going on and on and on. Because maybe when the war ends, he loses power. And maybe when he loses power, he goes to jail. So on the other side, these people are saying they're people being, I've seen some rough shit. I've seen a bunch of burn up kids, man. And like, not just like 4th degree, like, why don't you just cut those legs off kind of burns? And if you're seeing that shit and you're feeling that, then I could definitely see why you might want to burn a flag when we invite that guy, roll out the red carpet, and then all of our politicians fucking bend over. At least we didn't have Kamala wheel out the Israeli flag like she did for Ukraine, like and stand behind Zelensky.
I can get what you're saying, you know, and like I switch back and forth between like boomer conservative, like if they did that around me, I'd put it like, you know, and also like, yeah, whatever, it's just a flag. But like my issue is it's not just the politicians that they are yelling death to America for. It's not the concept of America. It's literally like in their heads, like we're all tax-paying Americans. You know, at least on record, we're tax-paying Americans, and fucking like because we pay our taxes at gunpoint, mind you, we're adding to the genocide, and it's like this. Like, what else do you want me to do? They'll fucking shoot me if I don't.
Yeah, they'll throw me in prison if I don't pay my taxes. I have no control over what they're going to use the money for. Like, it's not going to be spent on stuff we want.
You can just say, I voted for the other guy, okay? Like Donald Trump would not be funding this war. It's far too expensive.
Yeah,
okay?
Yeah.
That man knows how to pinch a penny, okay? You know, and if anything, he'd be like,
none of this is remotely
That's why
true.
he and Bibi are so close.
Oh, the truth hurts, doesn't it, Woody?
The truth would feel great. This hurts.
If anything, Donald would make a deal with Bibi Netanyahu, and he's like, look, if you're going to annex, what is it, 950 square miles? How about we get half? How about you give half of it to us? How about I get to build my resorts there? How about we put American properties there? How about I put a few bases over there? I'd love a new base in the Middle East.
Just doesn't tie in with his record, Kyle. His silliness.
Oh my God, he's a 4D chess playing mastermind running the world. They show him at the G20 and everybody's plotting, and he's just sitting there masterminding, pinky in the brain
he's
style.
Like trying to stand in front of people, bumping shoulders with them.
Oh, that was alpha as fuck. When he knocked the fucking Duke of Belgium out the fucking way, it's like, what do you think you're doing, Duke?
I'm sorry, your lordship.
Belgian
Trump is like, pay attention to me. I want to be the cool kid.
He's so representing us, all right? And the last thing I want is some panty-waisted pussy who's like letting the Duke of Belgium cut in line in front of him and stand in front of the picture and like throw up Belgian gang signs, whatever that shit looks like.
That's so true. That's all happened.
You know what? This is how it happened. It's not another fucking fever dream.
No, it's totally true.
I seen it happen. You roll the footage, Zach. Trump's like alpha as fuck coming in. He throws on some sun. It's cool as shit. Did
you see?
Look, he has looked pathetic. He has looked petty. He has looked arrogant. He has looked ignorant. But this was not one of those instances. When he saluted the North Korean general, throw that one at me. I got nothing for that shit. But when he bumped,
did you see how many medals the guy had? He was a war hero.
Yeah, it's true. But if he won those medals legitimately, that means he killed Americans winning them.
He earned them all in one battle.
Yeah,
Like he
a
fought-
really busy Thursday.
He's been fighting us since MASH was on. It's the 1950s when the Korean War was.
Yeah. Did you see during the Netanyahu speech? Every time Netanyahu comes into town, the American politicians are like seals, like giving so many standing ovations. It's frankly humiliating. And at one point, Netanyahu got like peeved at how much they were applauding him, like Stalin-esque applause, like they didn't want to sit down and be the first one seen not applauding. And Netanyahu's like, stop applauding, listen. Like the way you would talk to like children if you were a teacher, like, hey, bitches, hey, you're all my bitches. Remember that? Shut up and let me talk. This is about me right now and about you doing what I want.
Yeah, another alpha. Like I get why you like him. You don't have to sell me on Bibi Netanyahu.
My favorite guy.
He commands a room. That's what you want in a despotic leader.
Yeah, he commands an enormous amount of foreign politicians, seemingly.
Yeah, Taylor, I agree. I wish I knew the mechanics of why Netanyahu got so much respect, and it's seemingly like universal. Everybody except Ilhan Omar. Like there's probably two other exceptions. I'm
like, you killed my cousin.
yeah.
It's just like it's
not even a blue-red
lobbying
thing. You know, like it's a U.S. government thing. And my theory is that, you know, you give aid to Israel and they give campaign contributions back. And I think it was Hutch who said AIPAC is not a big contributor, but I don't know. I can't prove it. I don't have any real facts, but I'm like, why are we so fucking lined up?
AIPAC is an enormously powerful political entity, and they donate to.
But why are they?
Because they give money to politicians.
Okay, then why don't other people just give money to politicians and become incredibly powerful? Like the argument doesn't work. And I'm not saying it's not wrong to some extent, but like, why isn't there a group from fucking Ireland that's just getting their asses kissed over there? Like they don't have the money?
I have a theory.
Some countries do. How much money does Israel have, and where did they get it?
Let me reply, because the NRA is very, very powerful, but they don't contribute a lot of money to politicians. I think what the NRA brings is a lot of voters. When the NRA says, this is our guy, this is his rating on guns, people look at that and change their vote. I have to imagine that there's something like that happens in AIPAC too, that it's not just dollars, it's influence.
But you've never seen it. I've never seen the AIPAC come and like tell my voting block that, hey, this guy's 2.5 stars and they're blue Israeli stars. It says 2.5 stars of David. He's not cutting it these days. He's not cutting the mustard. And
like that's the thing though, is how many politicians have you seen who have been like, actually, no, I want to cut aid to Israel?
That's true.
None.
Just Elon Omar or whatever.
Yeah, just like two. You're right. Like they clearly are very entrenched in our political process. And they obviously have a bias. All lobbying organizations do. So you like don't have to guess like, why are these politicians who are taking money from AIPAC, doing stuff pro-Israel? I don't know. The same reason the ones that take money from the NRA do stuff pro-gun. Like they're going to do that. That's what their job is. They're buyable and sellable to the highest bidder. Right here, Politico, AIPAC is biggest source of GOP dominations or GOP donations during Dem primaries. GOP dominations. They do seem to dominate the GOP. Yeah, they're enormously big in how much they donate. And to the Democrats, too. It's not just to the
Republicans. I was about to say, then why are the Democrats why is Fetterman in a suit? Right? If it's that, it seems to be bipartisan bending over.
That suit shit's embarrassing, honestly. Like I don't care about the applause. That's just good manners. But him putting on that suit is just so out of character. I was thinking about this yesterday. What does Jerry Seinfeld, Dr. Disrespect, and Taylor Swift all have in common?
Did they all date teenagers?
They all dated teenagers when they were well into adulthood. Yeah, 17-year-olds, in fact.
Who did Taylor Swift date?
Two different 17-year-olds when she was 23 and older.
And Dr. Disrespect, we don't know that child was 17. All we know is they were under 18.
Yeah, that's true. And we don't know the sex of that child. We don't know how many children there were. We don't know anything. It's all ignorance. Woody's just been asking a lot of questions. He turns to Tucker Carlson and when Doc comes up.
We don't know if Dr. Disrespect was on Epstein's plane. I'm just asking. Woody's
just
Epstein's
Tucker
plane?
Carlsoning out.
I'm just asking how many times he was on Epstein's plane. That's my question. That's
Woody's sitting there like, when did they stop playing games? They used to just play video games. Now they're messaging minors. When did this happen? What did our country become? Like that's video game streamers messaging minors. That's the democratic world for you people. That's what the Democrats want.
And then Jerry Seinfeld, obviously, I think he was 42, 43 when he was dating that 17-year-old.
Dude, if Michael Jackson gets a pass in your eyes for all his wonderful music, then for you to not give a pass to Jerry Seinfeld for one of the funniest shows of all time is indefensible.
Not only do I give him a pass, I don't even think it's worth looking at Jerry Seinfeld's 17-year-old girlfriend, other than to be blown away that that's a 17-year-old. If Zach could pull up a picture of that girl, that is a healthy.
Don't do that.
Kyle, I think that you don't have your thumb on the pulse of the current attitude towards praising children for their hotness.
Well, she's an adult now.
Kyle's like, she's like 20 years older than me. What are you talking about?
No, she doesn't look 17, and she looks like a model. She looks like Brooke Shields or something, or like Jennifer Connelly when she was younger. Like, not. I mean,
I saw pictures of her after she turned 18, and Kyle's right. She looked amazing.
Oh, the post 18 pics. I finally saw what Jerry saw. You know,
I mean, it's legal in most states. That's the other thing. You're just split. My whole point with the Jerry Seinfeld Dr. Disrespect Taylor Swift thing is like, which of these is not like the others? One of them is getting canceled. And look, I'm not a Dr. Disrespect defender or anything. I don't know him, and I'm not defending his actions because we don't know what he fucking did. But this guy just kept winning Emmys year after year. He made that B movie. Like, nobody ever gave him shit about this once.
For what it's worth, it's not illegal in California where Dr. Disrespect is, I think.
Could it be because he's an APAC American by any chance?
Ooh. We don't know if he's taking donors. Is Dr. Disrespect owned by lobbyists? We're just asking questions. That's all we're doing.
We know that he takes in a lot of donations.
I want a map of where the 17-year-old would have been. Everything Doc did would have been legal. I want that map, and I want it globally, because I bet that it's like 80% of the fucking planet what he did was 100% legal. And I bet it's 80% of the country that it would have been legal too.
Dude, I bet there's some countries with like...
Wait a minute, what am I even saying?
Absurd age of consent laws. Like, they don't even have
where Doc was?
I looked it up. California is where TwitchCon was, and you can't fuck children there. And I was actually a little surprised. I would have fuck a child.
Well,
that's what he's trying to do.
California.
Is that a TwitchCon hard rule, or is that one you can club a little?
It's a California rule.
Is there
TwitchCon was in California.
Damn liberals.
He was allegedly trying to meet up with this child and fuck her at TwitchCon, and in California, the age of consent is 18 for adults.
I don't think you can prove intent there. I don't think he said, "I'm coming there to penetrate you, my dear."
I think he specified all three holes. As far as people are saying that, I don't know. I'm asking. We could ask Dr. Disrespect which hole he intended to use.
Guys, he
does have an open invite.
Grab a pen so we can do this while we're just asking questions.
If Doc agrees to come on, we should ambush him with a 17-year-old to like tempt him during the show. A flirtatious 17-year-old.
When if we ever had like Dr. Disrespect on, I'd love for all of us to have like a pen on our face and just kind of gesture at him, be like, and so what you thought, let me get this straight. What you thought is that it was okay.
I don't know if you're referencing.
Dude, speaking of which, I'm not referencing anything with the pen thing, but there's new talking about Dr. Disrespect. Now we're behind the times almost until new news comes out. The Chris from Mr. Beast news. That's the new hot stuff. The new pedo story. You guys up on this one?
Oh yeah, man!
I'm totally shocked.
I try again. I do have an Elden Ring addiction right now, but Ava Kris something. What's the last name? Can I have a hint?
Kris Tyson. Yeah.
Tyson. Yeah, has allegedly been. Did they just message? But it
looks like he was messaging what was like a 13-year-old, and they had a long relationship of like having a not safe for work Discord where he was sharing porn with a number of minors.
It's art.
Having inappropriate conversations with them. He ordered I guess like cartoon child porn art, ordered that and had that hanging up on the wall in an old Mr. Beast video. And there's even a still of Mr. Beast in the video looking up at like the ghoulish poster with eyes of like, the fuck is that? Like, and this is like an old Mr. Beast video. You can tell just by the frame, the camera quality, and everything. So yeah, it seems like this guy was engaged in some not too chill behavior.
First of all, it's Gal. Let's get that straight. I've seen you trying to take down Ava. Is it Ava? While I do this bit. Okay.
I do this,
I've seen you trying to take down Ava and diminish her character as a member of the community. Taylor sent me some photos today of Ava's children. Like, what was that about, Taylor? It seems like you might be the one who has an issue. You're sending me pictures of Ava's children. Why would you do such a thing? Were you trying to point something out to me, or were you just being weird?
Did that happen?
Yeah, did you? So there, people have been obviously sharing tons of pictures about this situation.
Oh, and there's a group of you who share these child pictures.
Yeah, it's called twitter.com. And it's a picture of his own son wearing high heels and saying, like, he chose to slay this morning. And it's like, what the
Did you guys ever wear high heels as a little kid?
No.
I wanted Spurs so goddamn bad. I still want them. I'm still a little sore.
You've been an adult for 20 years. You can get Spurs.
I don't want to buy them. That's not the point. It's like it's a woman buying her. You've been an adult for 20 years. You can't buy yourself flowers, honey. Get out of here. Fuck you. Buy me the Spurs, Daddy.
I'll send you Spurs.
All right, I'm on it.
I'm gonna make a note to send Spurs to your house.
I always wanted them so bad. And
Same
never
place
got
the
them.
checks go. Tell me. I'll make it happen, baby.
But anywho, this is also taking the world by storm in as big a way as the Dr. Disrespect thing. Because even though it's not obviously Mr. Beast, and Mr. Beast already came out, and I read his paragraph statement where he was like, "Yeah, I fired this person. We're hiring." I saw people giving Mr. Beast shit that were like,
F word?
"Oh, Mr. Beast said that he's gonna hire a third-party investigator," and it's like, yeah, I get wanting to be real critical and cynical about all these situations, but like, if Mr. Beast would have said, "We've hired a internal investigator," like to do like. That would take even more shit. It's like, what do you expect him to do? He has to hire a third-party investigator.
Can you read this, Taylor?
Yeah, I'll read this. This is from Mr. Beast. Over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I have been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online and taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with Mr. Beast. I do not condone or support any of the inappropriate actions. I will allow the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct a comprehensive investigation and will take any further action based on their findings. So it seems like he's handled, he seems to have handled it.
You know what he's done here? Read between the lines, Taylor. The next video, he's hired 100 private investigators. The first one to prove pedophilia gets $5 million. and they're all in a parking lot, but they like break and run to their cars as fast as they can because the timer has started.
Hi, YouTube. I put 100 minors on a tropical island with my friend Chris.
I was going the other direction where he hired 100 attorneys to get him off.
I hired 100 of the finest attorneys to get my friend off.
That's
foolish behaviors.
Well, why do people keep fucking around with kids, man? Oh, that's the other thing I want to discuss is the hand-drawn depictions of minors, whether we think that should be legal or not. And I asked that question on WhatsApp to the boys like Tuesday night or maybe even last Thursday night. Nobody replied.
Wait, I didn't reply?
Did you? Was it like one of your 2:15 a.m. messages?
I mean, it could have been a 4:15
where the next morning I see it and it's like
y'all are.
It's like I can't.
As you know, just as the master did, I sleep 20 minutes every 3 to 4 hours, so I'm up all the time. So I talk with Chiz early mornings, and I catch you later mornings, and then Woody sometimes in the evenings. But yeah, I wanted your feelings on this one, Taylor. I bet that we split down the middle on this one. Where I feel like you're going to be like, oh, it's disgusting, never for no reason. But I'm like a free speech absolutist over here.
I am
the
as well.
idea.
I'm in between.
It's disgusting and it's gross to do that.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
If you have something like that in your house, the way Chris did, then like, yeah, I'm going to judge you and I'm going to make assumptions about you that will probably, based on this circumstance, end up being true. But you shouldn't make drawing something illegal.
Can I ask, like,
it's gross.
Just for clarification, the thing that Ava had, on their wall. What was it specific? It was something that she'd had commissioned, or was it like printed artwork from?
I think it was like
the line with Japanese anime and Japanese porn is so thin that I don't know where it is.
So from what I can tell, this guy who he was buying pictures from is not like would do stuff like trace actual children and then sexualize them.
I'm gonna need some documentation on that, but that sounds pretty fucking awful.
It sounds pretty despicable, doesn't
Tracing children like I did with my hand to make Thanksgiving things as a child.
He'd hold them down
like
with wax
a whole
paper.
picture of someone else, like taking a whole picture of someone else's kid and then tracing their outline and then putting them in like ghastly sexual.
I literally thought you were like, okay, hold still. Like,
no, this guy would have been locked up a long time ago if that was his process. But yeah, that seems to be it. It seems to be that this guy like would take an actual picture. Like I saw the Keemstar apparently. Like at some point, this artist traced his daughter, Keemstar's daughter, when she was 8 years old, and then put her in like sexual contexts.
Oh, that's deplorable.
Yeah, it's pretty deplorable, right? And so
and that's why I don't think it should be legal, because like I get what you're saying, Taylor. Like, oh, don't make drawing things illegal, but like, when have you ever known anybody who draws that type of stuff to not also be like as if that's not bad enough, they're not also doing and saying like other worse shit, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's not bad enough you're drawing cartoon children. You're like, oh yes, let's go to Facebook and get my best friend's kids and use them as a template.
Like it's a good weather vein of fucked up behavior. Someone who engages. It's the same. Like if you find a kid that's like killing cats when they're 6 years old, that kid is probably going to end up killing people at some point, just naturally moving along that and being like a 17-year-old who's like, oh man, I'm not getting that high from killing cats anymore. I got to go bigger. I'm going to kill a fucking classmate or whatever.
This is where I wanted to jump in with my thoughts on this. I want to know the science or the surveys, or like, I want an expert to tell me, hey, does, for example, hand-drawn pictures of children give these guys an outlet in a way where there are no living victims, or does it like encourage and grow behavior to the point where there's soon living victims are the next step? Like, tell me which one of these is.
Intuitively, I would believe two, because in other ways, like when you enable or encourage something at a lower level, like a kid killing animals, like they're going to keep accelerating that if they're not pulled out of it, and you'll end up with the worst behavior.
My disagree. I'm sorry, Kyle. I'll be really fast. There are like adult consensual sex things that lots of people keep in the fantasy world because the reality of it would complicate their relationships and maybe hurt them or what. Like, it's like, all right. I think this is hot, but this is not something I'd ever want to do in real life. So I take that. And like, could that not apply to these people too?
I don't think. I think that like, if they're pedophiles, like that's not like that's what they are. Like they're not gonna suddenly not be that magically. And so I think it's almost engaging with it.
And there's a lot of leaps here, and then there's two different things we're talking about, right? Because we talked about tracing the kids.
I'll be right there.
We talked about tracing the kids, and there's just a bill going through Congress right now about the AI deepfake porn and criminalizing that. And what you're talking about verges upon that when you're copy pasting a real child's face into a sexualized thing. That's a whole different thing. But the idea that I think you're gonna come to my house with guns and take my crayons away because my pictures are too dirty. Is that the law we're talking about? Literally, like no. I don't think you can tell somebody what they can and cannot draw. Again, if you're duplicating another person and you're harming them publicly with that, that's a whole different crime. It doesn't. It's completely separate from the sexualization of the minor with fucking drawings. Like, I don't like it. I think it's disgusting. But don't you fucking come in here with guns to take crayons away. Like, that's absurd to me. That I can't. How many? You can't tell me what I can and cannot fucking draw. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I'm not sold on making what you can draw or what you can write or what you can say illegal, because I agree with you in that, like, I'm pretty free speech absolutist with things, but you also shouldn't look at it as some innocent thing that people are doing. Like if someone is doing that and has pictures of sexualized minors in their house, like I think you can reliably make some assumptions about that person.
How many's too many?
Any amount.
One. We're drawing the line at one over here. Okay.
Drawing the line at one. We're hard asses. We're real fascists.
Somewhere above one.
I got a little mixed up. I was in my own thoughts. I'm still stuck on this idea. Like, do these images lead to bad behavior or prevent bad behavior?
I don't care.
And I need that data to figure out where I stand.
So two things. One, I think if there was going to be a law, right? Because like I see what you guys are saying, and I like agree. It's just that like, you know, I'm doing that thing that like every asshole does, and they're like, yeah, but like I don't think this should count. I think it would have to be you prove intent, right? You have to prove intent. There has to be like, oh yes, like this isn't just stylized drawings of adults. This is clearly like what it is, you know.
Here, I got the perfect like analogy or whatever. So I think that having the drawings, having the artwork, whatever you want to call it, that's hand drawn or you know made with some program or whatever, should be perfectly legal under normal circumstances. However, if you catch a pedophile who has committed pedophilia and they also have real child pornography, and in addition to that, they also have this stuff that we're talking about, that's another charge. Then it's just like you could have a bong in your house as a vase. Like you can't say, how you know I smoke out of it? Well, there was marijuana all around it, and there's a grinder next to that. You're high as fuck right now.
Well, it reeks, and there's like there's one flower clearly torn recently from your yard, thrown hastily into the bong, sir.
Like I could see you charging that as like I don't know what the
paraphernalia.
A paraphernalia charge was when in my case. That was one of my funniest charge, right? I had all that scary shit, and then the paraphernalia charge right at the bottom, like a little insult to injury slap in the face. But yeah, man, I just don't like the idea. I'm with you on it's the same thing with the flag burning. Like, man, I hate you fuckers, and I wish somebody gets you, you motherfuckers. I hate you. Like this is where we need those dudes with the tiki torches to show up out of nowhere. You know, like you cheer them on at that point. But and I feel the same way about anybody who's like, what a fucking creep if you're drawing that shit, and what a fucking creep if like that's your thing. I don't know what's what, but I saw something and they were saying that it was one of Ava's messages or one of the edgy jokes that she had made. And it was something about using VR for lolly porn, which is, you know, CP again, like lolly is like, has always been code. And like, it's a whole category of, man, y'all, those Japanese people, we shouldn't have bombed them twice. We should have just,
we messed them up. Yeah.
Two was
That's
one too
us.
many. Damn, Japan. That's rough shit. Oh, here's where Japan's being fucking based as fuck, Taylor. You're going to love this because I know you were real upset that the new Assassin's Creed game has a black protagonist. You know, you play.
Yes, I've been upset about that. You
play as this guy who's apparently, according to one historian who wrote some books, the first black samurai ever, Woody, back in the 1500s or so. And so they made the assassins. You have a male and a female protagonist, and the female is a Japanese woman, since we're in Japan, but the man is a black man, a very black man. And I saw a clip from the game today where he's like walking through the town, village, or whatever. It looks like, you know, town. And
does he get extra stealth at night?
You don't even. It's worse than that. Like 2 or 3 Japanese guys attack him, and hip hop starts playing while he kills them.
And he's supposed to be an assassin too. Like, can you imagine?
I was being edgy. Jesus Christ!
it's like a Japanese-ish hip hop. It's got that sort of Asian sort of music-y sound. I don't know what they've got. Weird instruments over there, but they have a very particular. When you hear it, you know it. And then in the background there's like bong. Exactly. But then mixed with that is like a DMX track or some shit at like 3/4 volume, and it's like, what the fuck is this? Well, the Japanese government, or at least one official, has taken issue with this, and they're taking it before their legislative body. And I think they've gone back and forth with
because they're like, this guy was not the samurai. Just because some gay people in the West say he was, it does not mean true. Can you, and also like having a black guy be an assassin in feudal Japan? Imagine if I made a game about being an assassin in the year 710 in Rome, and it's a Chinese guy, And so you're running around and you kill some. And if you ever played Assassin's Creed, you can like push someone off a watchtower and then I've only played the first one from many years ago. And then you can run down and then like join the crowd of people being like, oh, it's a damn shame, innit, that he was up there. And so like, can you imagine going down after you push a guy off a watchtower? You're the only Asian person anyone around has ever seen. They don't even know it's a possibility. And you're like, oh, this is crazy. Who could have done it? Oh, who could be responsible for this awful tragedy? Have you guys noticed this also happened when I come to town? Like, it's just, I hope not. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. You're an assassin. You need someone who blends in. And so I dislike it on a realistic standpoint. And because
it won't be a problem for me
really care
because
they're samurais.
Well, because I'm straight, I only play as female protagonists in games. What, he's leaving me? He was going to back me up on this. At my time of need, he abandons me.
God, Scott, call him gay for only playing as women. That's what we need to do because he only plays as women, and he says it because he wants to look at digital.
If anything, it makes me trans.
Asses.
Digital ass.
Yeah, he wants to look at digital ads. When I'm gaming, my periphery's turned on. I'm looking for foes. I'm looking for enemies. I'm looking for loot. And I'm looking for looty. You're looking for booty. And
yeah,
that's what's
it
going
wasn't
on.
funny the first time. Okay, let me just tell you, you spend hours and hours in the third person view of this character that I'm thinking of Fallout in particular, and every time I spend so much time getting mods to make that chick's ass bigger and bouncier and like throwing a Lara Croft thong thing on with his crotchless on her. I downloaded a mod just for her vulva because I didn't like the way her clit looked. Okay, Woody, we're talking about whether you play when there's an option between male and female avatar or whatever protagonist in a video game, which one we prefer. And I always, without fail, play as a woman.
Would you like to hear about my Elden Ring character?
Oh, this is the perfect time to hear about your Elden Ring character.
She's fucking amazing. She has a sharp jawline. Her legs are strong. She has a six-pack, abs, and hair all over them.
And she's hung, right?
So you're playing a lesbian.
You should have stopped at her. Stopped at her when you then you just ruined my argument with the rest of that.
In this game.
Kyle, this is the team you're on. Look in the mirror.
He's into that stuff. Like a goat woman is his fantasy. Like clearly he's created dope.
How
hard are you finding the game to be on a scale from 1 to 10?
I mean, I'm hard all the time when I play this game.
Yes, with the difficulty of the game, Woody. How are you finding it?
I think it's easier now than it was when you played it, and this is why. So at first I jumped in and I just Googled like how to start. So I found the first couple steps. And then I had the experience you did, which is like, I'm taking on a sorcerer that the internet says you should be level 50 for. And not only am I level 19, but I'm like I think I entered this as below average amongst noobs. So when I first get into, if people haven't played Elden Ring, you sort of look at your opponent's attack. When you roll, there's this brief window of invulnerability, and that's the core of the game's mechanic. So you need to time your evasion so that you don't take damage and then slice, and keep doing that. Well, I was like panicking on the controller, button mashing a little bit, and then I find myself, like during the sword swing, there's a little pause before you're able to do your next move. And so I'm like, no, evade. And I'm smashing evade while I'm waiting for my mistake to like stop doing there, and I'm getting hit. So I'm getting better and better at that. But Scum hit me up. A couple people hit me up, and they're like, "Hey, so you're playing Elden Ring? I'll guide you. I'll do this. I'll do that." But Scum gave me some guides on the order to do everything. So now I'm no longer finding myself going down the wrong quest path that's inappropriate for my skill and talent, and I'm having success. I'm learning it. I'm getting my
Scum took Elden Ring out back and stomped a mud hole in its ass.
Yeah, he's so Scum has said, "Hey, if you get stuck on anything, summon me, and I'll take care of him for you." And I'm like, "Okay, Daddy." And and then the Dab Fellows, another guy I used to game with a lot. We used to play Tarkov together and stuff.
I remember
He's
that guy.
Like, there is a mod that instead of just taking on bosses together, you can play the whole game as a pair. And I might do that too. But the thing is, like, Jackie's got her chair right here, and we're playing this game together. Like, she's on the internet giving me tips on how to face this guy, and like I turn the speakers on so she can hear everything.
It's fun.
And so we're just sort of co-op gaming this thing. I'm on the controller and she's on the strategy.
I do that a lot with my girlfriend. That's really fun.
Oh yeah. So Yeah, so I think by the fact that now the internet holds your hand, there's a map where you can search and go the right way, whereas you went into it when the game was a few hours old and that content didn't exist yet.
Yeah, I had no idea what to do. I remember just feeling so lost and like just riding around on that horse and wondering what this was all supposed to be about. And and then also just getting beat up by the Roman Legion or whatever the fuck, skeletons maybe, and definitely those bats or those pterodactyls or whatever were biting me all the time. It was not a fun time. I keep wanting to go back to Tarkov, if I'm being honest. Like I'm trying not to, but I kind of want to. They're about to wipe.
I'm loving it. I got addicted to Elden Ring. Right now, my thoughts are like,
glad you're liking it.
How long until I get back to Elden Ring?
Have you played
it's really fun to play with
Scott?
Was it?
Have you played Elden Ring at all?
Dark Souls.
I tried Dark Souls back in the day, but I'm the kind of guy I don't actually want to challenge when I play games. I'm just like, nah, I want to mow shit down like it's nothing. So like anything where anything where people are like, dude, I died 50 times. I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna do well with that.
No, I want to walk in and instantly be the Titan.
Exactly. My wife is giving me advice on how to cheese boss characters. Like, hey, if you just hop on your horse, take a slash and run away, hop on your horse, take a slash and run away, then you can kill this guy and not take damage. And I'm like, honey, we have to put the time into actually getting good. Like that strategy won't last forever. And I'm just going to get tougher and tougher bosses without improving my own skills.
It's like Wayne Gretzky telling you like, no, Woody, the key to passing hard and accurate is like, be accurate and do it hard. Like, and you're like, okay, that doesn't help.
I'm going to need you to throw it 4 miles per hour faster than that. Can you handle it?
It's not that. No, she's like teaching me to win boss battles without skill. Hop on your horse, take a slash, get out of there. Just do that 30 times and you'll win. And I'm like, no, I need to be in here on my feet, learning to evade, or I'll never. Like, your strategy isn't going to take us where we want to go. Or a
boss is going to come by that this cheese doesn't work on, and then you're going to have to start at square one instead of like developing the dodge over the game.
Have you ever done that with a girlfriend, Taylor? Like played a game where like one of you was on the controller and the other was watching and sort of teaching or going through the story?
Yeah, I did that with my girlfriend probably 6 months ago or so on Pokemon. She had never gotten into Pokemon, and so she was playing it up on the TV in my living room. One of the new ones, and there's like a bunch of
Pokemon
types I don't
Go?
know about. No, Pokemon
It's the new one.
Sapphire or Emerald. Not Emerald.
That was 10 years ago. What?
I'm just fucking with him.
I don't remember, but it's the brand new one that's like open world. So usually in Pokemon games, like you walk around and you walk through tall grass. Scarlet and Violet, thank you, Zach. And like it's then like an alert pops up and it's like you've encountered a Pokemon, and like then it shows what the Pokemon is, but it's just you walking through tall grass. You don't see anything. In this one, it's like Skyrim style open world, and you see the Pokemon in the environment. And so you'll see one that's rare and you're like, oh, I got to sprint over there and get that guy. And they were all new types of Pokemon that I didn't know. And so she'd be asking me like, what's this one good against? What are the type matchups? And I'm like on my computer, like, actually, I didn't even know there was a fairy type of Pokemon. I'm more of an original 150 guy. And so let me check this. Oh, they're bad against steel type. We need to get a strong steel type. And so Pokemon is such a good game franchise. There's a reason it's the biggest IP on earth. It's so fun. Like I play through Pokemon every probably 2 years.
I can get really pissed off watching somebody play if they make a mistake though. I talked about that time in Baldur's Gate where she fucked up and picked the wrong like strength skill or something to use with the hag's hair, and I just like so mad. So mad. So fucking mad.
Because she ruined the build, and Kyle knows how much better it could be.
You ruined the build. We have been. That? You've also got to keep in mind that like we must be 25 hours in, and every step up until now has been optimal. Like I've made sure that every decision was optimal, that every item was collected so that this character is just building. Like this character is going to slay. This is going to be so fucking overpowered at the end of the game. I'm psyched to watch it happen. And then like, this wasn't just a bad step. This was like, I don't even know if it'll work anymore. Like I think I would start over.
I was doing it with the Pokemon thing with my girlfriend, and it's not a Game Boy. It's like a Switch controller, and she's such a non-gamer that she had never. Have you ever like played a 2 control two joystick controller with like a boomer who doesn't know how to like look up and to the side in concert with one another, and it's like herky jerky.
I'm right here.
No, you're a boomer, but you're a gamer, so you would never do that. Like I'd watch it for the first like probably 2 weekends we were doing it, and I'd be like, yeah, you see that item over there? Just go ahead and hop on your steed and ride over to that one. No, just to the right. No, no, it's over to the right. No, it's to the right. Nope, we're gonna turn around all the way again. No, we're further now.
Why are you looking at your feet?
We are further now than when we started. like I'm just getting agitated a little bit, and she's like, "I'm sorry, I don't know how to play games," and I'm like, "I know, yeah, yeah." Just go ahead.
Sound like me during jiu-jitsu.
Really?
Trying to teach kids.
Are they not good ever?
No, never. It's just, you'll show them exactly what to do, and it'll be something as simple as like, pick your phone up with your right hand. They'll be like, I got it, right? And it's like, holy fucking shit. No, bud. No. Pick the phone up.
So,
and then you have to like grab them by the hand and like, all right.
How old
what
are these
group
kids?
of people would you say walk into the gym and actually are tough? There are a lot of people who think they're tough. Maybe cops think they're tough. Maybe army guys think they're tough. Who walks in and is tough?
You mean other than me?
Yes.
No. Fucking. I don't know if there's like a type is the issue. Like you know, army guys, they have that like ego where they're like, I was in the army, I was in the Marines, I don't give up. So it's like, all right, you know, they can. Sometimes it can be a bad thing because you're just trying to like flow roll, and they're like, no, I have to kill him. I'm back in Fallujah now.
Army guys have cardio, is my experience.
Yeah, that is yeah. They tend to be in better shape overall, especially like the sooner it's been since they got out. But yeah, like I guess army guys are you know, they can be on the tougher side. The thing is, like, people think like army guys and, you know, just the military in general, it's like, oh dude, they know all this, like they know all these ways to kill you. It's like, no, they squeeze triggers. That's your job, is to just squeeze a trigger, shoot the guy who's wearing a towel on his head. You know, soon it'll probably be the Cyrillic speaking dude. But
I've seen both sides of that on the army guy. I've seen some who say what you just did, like, oh no, hand-to-hand combat, like if that were to ever happen, something went horribly wrong. That's not what we train for. And then I saw another guy who thought he would be badass. He did have great cardio, but he just lost to everybody until he ran and they started roughing up a girl, and he could beat her. But it was like everyone hated. So the instructor was like, okay, break this up. And then he rolled with the instructor, who just did like takedown practice on him.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, those places, that sounds mean.
Scott, have you ever had to do that? Have you ever had to, as the instructor, step in and be like, hey, Johnny, you're going a little hard there. How about you and I pair off?
Yeah, have you done that?
Actually, no. But the issue that arises is like, I get people who they don't know what sparring really is. So they think like, oh, like I got to go hard because I want to be able to hit him. And it's like, of course, I'm going to sound like an asshole saying this. It's like, you're going to lose to me. That's just what's going to happen. Just lose to me. Right? Like if you get a good shot in and you earn it, that's good. Fantastic. That means you're getting better. But like, I've been doing this for a long time. If I'm going 30% and you go 70, like, yeah, you're going to beat me up because I'm being nice, you know? And that's the issue that I face. Typically when it's like two students of mine, they're like, oh, let's go nice and light, nice and easy. But it's because they think, oh, I don't need that much to try and like actually hit this guy to actually beat him. But when they go with me, they're like, oh, let's go. You know? And it's like, oh, dude, like, I got work tomorrow. I don't want to get hurt, man. Easy.
I have a question, because you always see it in movies mostly, but with the advent of cell phone cameras, I've seen it more and more on YouTube, and it's fucking hilarious. Have you ever seen someone walk into the gym and challenge like the guy? You know, like whoever, like who's the badass here? Who's the teacher here? I do Cobra Kai ninjutsu, and I say that Brazilian jiu-jitsu is bullshit. Who's here? Who stands for jiu-jitsu in this gym? Like, have you ever seen anyone do a gym challenge?
I haven't seen that exactly. Probably the worst thing that I've seen is there was a guy, he was clearly, I don't know if he was just really high on weed or if he had some kind of like low grade opiate thing going on. He walked in, he just had that look of just like yeah, you know, like a gangbanger, you know, but not like it's hard to actually, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, but anyway.
God damn.
He walked in and he's like, who's the all right, I'm not gonna make it worse, but
do the accent.
All right. He walked in and he was like, yo, who the coach around here? And I was like, oh, well, that's me right now, because it just happened to be a day that I was coaching. And he's like, yo, you coach? Yo, I'm trying to, like, you know, throw some gloves on, go a couple rounds. And I'm just like, oh, that's not how we do things here. And he's just kind of like, oh, and he just like left. Like,
that was his foray into MMA, being like, I'm going to go in, challenge someone, and if they don't immediately indulge me, this isn't the life for me.
Wasn't meant to be, yo.
It's like me walking into the DMV and being like, do you want my taxes? No? Well, then see ya. Like, just leave as if that's not.
One
I
time
love those videos on YouTube.
I went to another gym, and I'm not challenging anyone. That's not me. What the reality was is I was like a 6 or a 9 month white belt at the time, like somewhere in that. So I, you know, do the basic escapes and some of the simplest chokes, but I wasn't anybody formidable. And I'm addicted to jiu-jitsu. It's like, it's becoming like my personality. I'm going to bed reading fucking Gracie books to sleep and shit like that. So I had to go on a work trip. And I was like, well, I want to miss whatever it is, 10 days of training. So I asked my instructor for some gym recommendations, and I went out there and just like, hey, can I train with you guys? I'm on a work trip. And they said, yes, cool. So, you know, I just do if people don't know, jiu-jitsu classes usually break into like an hour or two of like form type roles where they show you something new and step-by-step instructions. And then after that, you get to roll. So it got to the rolling part and I'm all excited. Like, all right, I'm going to see, you know, where I stand amongst these people. And this guy was a higher belt. He was a blue belt, but I'm going to say he was a good blue belt and much better than me. And I don't remember exactly what happened, but I do remember thinking, all right, this isn't what I hoped for, but I'm not in danger right now. But I was. And he puts this like gi choke on me where he used his clothing to choke me. And it must have happened fast because before I know it, I'm choked out. I'm unconscious. And I don't know this until later, but the instructor comes over having seen my head in a really awkward angle and tells the guy to stop murdering me. And I come to and I was like, all right. And I get right back into it. But unbeknownst to me, I grab the instructor's leg and I start trying to take him down. And then I had this stupid fucking thought. Like, I saw his black belt and I like half understood that people changed, but I was hoping maybe I was the only guy that noticed my opponent swapped. When in reality, the whole gym stopped and started watching the Woody's Unconscious show. And
you're like, no wonder this is going poorly. This guy's a black belt. I'm doing pretty good, actually.
So the instructor like one-handedly defends my takedown until I think better of it. And
did you go back the second night?
I tried to keep going that night. I was like, they're like, oh, why don't you take a seat by the wall or something? And I'm like, no, I'm good to go. And they're like, you're not going anywhere. Go take a seat by the wall. And that's when like the headache hit. And it actually was kind of a bad scene. I drove back to the hotel that night and I don't think I was
good to drive
many steps above like an intoxicated driver. Like all the lights were shining at me.
That's a good concussion.
And and I had a burning headache. And when I got back to the hotel safely and laid in bed, it was like, I made it.
Does choking out give you a concussion?
No,
I didn't mean
maybe something else though. Some sort of headache
so.
And disorientation. I think I got choked out a little better than most people do.
Why would
what you don't realize is the black belt started raining punches down.
He could have. I don't know. Maybe part of the story. I don't know.
What he's like, man, my weak opponent's got his blood all over me.
Did you go back for another night of that though?
At the same place, you mean?
Because frankly, like I don't want. Like I'd have been like, well, I'm not going back. They're gonna point at me when I walk in, and be like, that's the guy Mikey choked out. Yeah, we wiped up the pee before he woke.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to make a decision not to go back. I will never walk into that Domino's not too far from my house and pick up another pizza, because I did that like 3 years ago, sad one random afternoon when I was off work early, and I was like, I'm just gonna eat a whole pizza by myself. I stopped and went into this walk-in Domino's, and immediately, the bearded guy behind the fucking counter was like, "Yo, Taylor from PKA?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just having, I'm just having a get together with friends at Tuesday at 3:48 p.m. Just go ahead and whip. Oh, you don't have a pepperoni ready? Then I'll sit in your chair of shame here, right near the and stay out of the way of the delivery drivers coming in and out. Yeah, cheese work. You just be
sure
quick, man.
It's really cold. Yeah, I like it that way.
Yeah, just like no rush. But like, if it's not in the next 3 minutes, I might openly cry. Like, that was I'll never walk back there because I was humiliated. So I would have done the same thing.
I remember I went to another gym, but that was the plan anyway. That I had intended to like, oh, I know about these schools. I'm finally out in California, where at the time anyway, jits was like more highly regarded than North Carolina jits.
What's the worst injury you've seen while teaching, Scott?
Actually, not while teaching. One injury was mine. It was my first MMA fight. I threw a kick, and I straight up kicked wrong, and I dislocated my knee. I walked around on that for like 3 months, and I popped it back in. Right, it was like 3 months. It was probably like a month and a half, 2 months. It's been 10 years since that. The other one, though, the worst one, there was this girl. The black belt we had at the time was not real. He was one of those old school. No, it's okay. You know jiu-jitsu for 5 minutes. Go compete. He's like one of those like old school Brazilian dudes. He had this girl. She was doing it for like a month and a half, 2 months, and the IBJJF competition came around, and she decided she's going to compete. And she got caught in this weird, it wasn't quite a triangle, but it kind of had the markings of it. And her arm was being twisted this way. So basically it just twisted until it snapped. And I can remember watching that too, because I'm sitting here looking at it and I'm like, all right, this is like a girl. She's young. She's flexible. How flexible is she though? And I turned to the girl that was next to me and I was like, she should probably tap. And then like 5 seconds later, you just see it was just crazy. You just see the give, just the immediate give, and you hear the snap. And it was just like, geez, that was insane.
Did she handle it well, or was she screaming? Was anybody freaking out? I imagine that's not common.
I think the adrenaline, either adrenaline or shock hit, because like she didn't scream at all. It was just like snap, and then like everything just stopped, and she was like, oh, and she was like holding her arm, and they had to call in the the stretcher, and that was pretty crazy. I went to high school with that girl too. I sat next to her in one of my classes, so that was like extra weird. It was like, oh, hey, nice to see you again. You're gonna love it here. It's gonna be great. Jiu-jitsu is so good and so fun, and it's safer than most arts. Oh,
lies.
Break your arm? Not a chance, doll. Like,
do white belts do leg locks in your gym?
No. Well, I mean, actually, a straight foot lock is a leg lock, but like, that's really the only thing we go for, because we're really big on gi jiu-jitsu. We have a little bit of no gi, but we're big on that gi jiu-jitsu IBJJF rule set, which I couldn't even tell you. Like, I'm not a big rules guy. My thing is, can you protect yourself? Yeah. I should be practicing leg locks more now, though. I should definitely be getting into that more myself. I gotta stop slacking on those. Why
if
do
you got
do you guys
in a street fight? Because I've heard the arguments online. You obviously know more than us about this. And I've seen people be like, yeah, if you're in a real street fight though, bro, boxing is king. because you can stay standing and back up. And then some jiu-jitsu guy will be like, yeah, you'll be struggling to punch me when you're wrapped up like a pretzel, bitch. And like, I get both of their sides as an ignorant non-fighter, but where do you weigh in on that?
I mean, I like striking more overall, but somebody mentioned something once. I saw it in the comment section. Look at boxing matches where like somebody throws a cheap shot and it devolves into a giant brawl. They're not boxing each other. They immediately shoot in for double leg takedowns, even though they don't know what those are. They're just immediately like, I want to take you to the ground, whether it's like because I want to beat the hell out of you, or if it's like, oh no, we got to stop this. The best way to pacify a single person, everybody always talks about like, what if there's multiple people? It's like, all right, fucking don't do this thing. Run. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The best way to pacify somebody is to take them down and hold them there, you know, like, and you'd be surprised because like someone will be walking towards you. They're all high and mighty, and like you close distance and you just get underhooks on them, and like they won't know what's happening. They'll just know that you know what's happening, and you'll just kind of feel them go from like that to like, because they're just like, fuck, there's no winning this. I'm just like, all right.
Yeah. When you first start grappling, you don't know how many gifts you're giving a skilled grappler, you know, by just like not keeping your elbows in, not keeping this tight, not, you know, giving them your back. Like, oh, I can't hit me now because I gave him my back. Like, what is this, Christmas? So anyway, yeah, if they get too close to a grappler, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Well, it seems like the best response to any street brawl is either have a gun or be fast, because they don't ever seem to be one-on-one ever.
It seems to me that if you know how to pick somebody up and slam them on their head, that's infinitely more effective than it ever is in a gym or in a ring, because you're on asphalt. So that's probably a really good technique to have, or at least a good technique to know how to avoid, because every time I see it performed, it ends the same way. One person's very, very unconscious, and the other person's like having the field day on their face.
I saw a guy, he was experienced in prison fights. And they were like, how do they really go? And he says, one, they're a lot shorter than you think they are. And two, the slam is like the go-to technique.
That makes sense. Bunch of metal benches and concrete everywhere.
Right. People starting on the top bunk or something.
But I've also seen the people who like it's a big group fight and one person slams someone else, but all that does to the surrounding allies of the slammed guy is like, oh, this guy's head is at prime kicking level now. The guy who just slammed our buddy. And so I'm just going to boot him in the temple. Oh, now he's unconscious too. And then, of course, you get the rain of kicks. Like
again, if there's more than one, just run. I mean, run from one. Like, why are we fighting? How old are you?
My pride is on the line, Kyle.
Unless your mom and your girlfriend are there on the sidelines watching, going, "Get him, baby," and they're holding each other, then to get the fuck out of here. What are we doing?
No, he insulted my driving.
What like you're entering a street brawl against the greatest fighters in the world wouldn't agree to this shit. Like they really wouldn't. They spend weeks preparing for one person that they know they watch videos on, and you're like, I can take him.
Cowboy Cerrone and anyone named Diaz agrees to disagree.
Those people are only out of jail because of just like favoritism being shown in the judicial system, because they have both assaulted motherfuckers in the street and dropped them on video. I don't know about all that, man. I don't want to get in a goddamn fight. I mean,
but I might have to. My cardio is not great.
You don't think you can get out of there in time?
I'm not
running. I'm like a dwarf, good over small, very, very short distances.
I heard
running is easier on cardio than fighting.
Ooh, good point.
I heard Hugh Lowry, the actor that plays House, was telling a story. He worked with on a movie where there were some lions or something, and the lion tamer was giving him some sage advice behind the scenes. And it was like, what do you do if the lion charges you? He's like, well, it's a very old lion. It's a very lazy lion, tell you. And before he's going to come out, we let him have sex. We get that really takes it out of him. Now they're happy.
So if I'm behaving sorely during the interview, you know why.
He's like, but what if the lion charges me? He's like, well, you take a step back, you reach behind you, and you grab a handful of shit, and you try to throw it directly into the lion's face. Like that, believe it or not, They hate that. They'll cower right away and run away. And he's like,
I hate that too.
Where do I get the shit? He's like, trust me, it'll be there.
Did you see that video I sent where the two wrestlers took on the grizzly bear?
Oh yeah, that was fucking great. Two like high school wrestlers like whooped the grizzly bear and like saved each other's lives. Like it would maul one and the other one would start.
How did I miss this
it.
one? That's so much nicer than the usual videos in there. I like that.
It was heartwarming. I was like, man, nobody died. I mean, they were a little fucked up, but it was like cool
Did the grizzly know they were fighting?
Yes, the grizzly started it.
Okay, all right. Well, then that's very impressive because I've seen those Russian propaganda wrestler ones where it's like, look at me, I'm putting a bear in a chokehold, and it's like that bear has no idea you're fighting. He thinks you're like hugging him and giving him love right now because he's a 1,000-pound animal.
This grizzly attacked one of them. He did his best to attack back, but his friend heard it and came in and started hitting the grizzly and like doing giving him the business as best he could. Then the grizzly like turned to his friend, and the first guy goes back, if I recall correctly, and then the grizzly leaves, and they're like, "Oh God, thank goodness." And then the grizzly comes back for round 2. They win round 2, and the grizzly leaves for good. And they interviewed their coach, and they're like, "Are you surprised they fought a grizzly bear together?" He's like, "No." I was like, that coach missed an opportunity. He should have been like, that grizzly got off easy. I've been coaching these guys since 8th grade. They're like, that'd be cool.
I've been training these boys on bears. What do you think? That's the 5th bear they've defeated.
There's no way that grizzly was. He came back for seconds because he was getting bullied by his grizzly friends. So they saw.
Get back in there. What are you doing? There's only 2
all the grizzly gals saw that, right? Oh no! I gotta get back in there and show them what's what.
What was the context though as to where the dudes were like, "Fuck, we just got attacked by a bear. Let's hang out."
They were fucked up.
Oh no, they were
pretty fucked up.
They were pretty fucked up, and they were kind of like gathering themselves and like thinking, "How do we get out of here?" When the bear came back.
Was this one like? Is it Russian or is this like American?
No, these were. Was it Yosemite? Do I have that part right?
I don't know where they were, but it was like American good, white kids.
Dude, Americans good. For too long, Russians have dominated the bear fighting market, and it's about time we get a victory.
That's not true. An American beat a bear to death once, broke its neck with a strike. Zach, correct me on that. I read it Field and Stream one time.
I was at
an airport
in Seattle.
I think he grabbed a small log, the one I'm talking about, and like tomahawk chopped him on top of the head. Defeated a grizzly bear.
My guy hand to hand snapped a bear's neck.
So the bear was deviously sleeping, and and I could just get a read on his body language. They tell you they sleep all fall, but I wasn't about to be fooled.
They say the mother bear knows how to protect her cubs. Nope.
No,
a big fucking bear, like, and he's like terribly mauled from the attack, but he broke the bear's neck. I'm like 99.99% sure I read this.
So a real life revenant story.
Yeah, there you go. Did it.
Okay. Veteran survives.
Oh, that's happened last year.
Grizzly bear attack. Okay, I guess.
Is this year? Yeah, mine's way older too.
My story's old. Yeah, like it's new enough that there's like color photos of the guy. Yeah. But I remember being at the airport needing magazines to read, and one of them was like stories of bear attack. 8 stories of bear attacks, and I was like, holy shit! Yeah, this is perfect for the airport.
That is perfect. And you try and sneak a fake story past the editorial board at Field and Stream, my friend. It does not.
The man was mauled, and the bear lay dead. The man, like, what more do you want? Like a selfie from a selfie stick as he like fucking fights the bear. Like, what do you want?
I don't know. Maybe we've been overestimating bears this whole time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Bears are really just pussies.
These guys act like every wild animal's tough. They're not all tough. There's not a bird on the planet.
There's no way she could have communicated. Get out of here. American heroes taken down by, he didn't even make peanut butter. What do you make, vinegar? Bullshit. He didn't invent anything. Just one American hero after another. You're shooting down.
Okay, we were all on the same team with George Washington Carver.
Yeah, we were.
That was a fraud. That was a fraud.
Didn't even do peanut butter. The only commonly used peanut invention. We don't have to relitigate this, but Scott, we spent a long time a few weeks ago. We were like, what else did George Washington Carver invent? And it's like the most absurd claims of all time. It's either nothing at all, or he's the most untalked about genius to have ever existed in the world.
He's the Edison of the peanut.
He was inventing things in the 1800s that had been invented for thousands of years.
Vinegar, salted peanuts,
like soap.
Unsalted peanuts. That doesn't count twice.
Yeah, dude, that's easy. They were filling that list out. They were filling that list out the way I did papers in like 8th grade, where I'm changing the period font size to 13 to get bigger spacing between the lines. Everyone remember that? I don't know if that flies anymore in school.
I made a YouTube video about that trick.
Yeah,
early
on. You're like instead of leading a sentence with like, this is the number of people who did this, that, and the other thing. You lead off with like, today we will introspect, analyze, discern, and learn about the possibilities of just the wordiest nonsense. Meanwhile, like I remember feeling clever in like the 7th grade doing shit like that, and then like meanwhile my teacher's reading it like, this guy, who does he think he's fooling? All of these adjectives. Like,
well, I'm older than you. We do a book report. And my family had a set of encyclopedia in the house. Like this is back when they were printed and they came door to door and sold them. And it'd be like, all right, do a report on the American Revolution. So you open up the World Book Encyclopedia. There's your report pre-written for you. And all you need to do is put it into your own words. But gosh darn it, every time I put it into my 4th grade words, it felt like a downgrade.
Yeah.
They said it so well here in the encyclopedia. And it's a challenge to like make it shitty and put it out of order and just ruin their article. And you have to decide how much to ruin it by how much you change.
I remember like they would be so strict in like middle school or early high school on plagiarism. Like I thought they had like a system that could discern, like immediately identify that, which they didn't in fucking 2005. And so like I would read something in a book and it's like, the Civil War ended in 1865. And I'd be like, well, I can't use those words. And so I'm like, the year in which the Civil War ended was
1865. It was
1864. It was. And today we will learn and analyze and speak and
discern and discern and discover and dispel any rumors contrary to all that was said.
I had one teacher that, and this is just a good rule of writing, but like, and I think this is senior year, so late enough for this. She was like, if any of you turn in a paper that begins or at any point has Webster's definition of the word or term and like that passage in it that people will do, you fail. Like she was like, because you know how people would say like Webster's defines patriotism as the act of loving one's country. Today we will discern, analyze.
How good were your high school grades? I have this idea that you were adjacent to straight A's.
Yeah, I had good grades. Yeah, pretty solid. Like mostly A's. Yeah, it was rare that I wouldn't get an A.
Because
it wasn't that difficult,
you know.
Yeah, I rode the analyze the train of wordiness the whole way through. That was really the only thing my high school did exceptionally well. Science was not great, but writing, they like put us through the ringer. When I would talk to other kids in high school, like on my hockey team, they'd be like, "Oh, I have a paper to write," and I'm like, "Yeah, it sucks. We have to write a paper, a 5-page essay in this one class every week, and we always have a paper going in this other one." And I learned that most schools didn't have people write like that. And so when I went to college. And I was in like
we wrote a lot.
We wrote a lot, and I remember
like what you described, exactly that.
Then you're probably a good writer.
I was like the other thing he described, where a 5-page paper was a pain in the ass event.
I remember being like, we'd have to review each other's papers in college, and I had in my head this delusion that like I'm in college now. Everyone's going to be like on the ball. Everyone's going to be like pretty astute and studious. And the first paper I had to analyze from this guy and look at he was starting paragraphs with the word because. And I was like, this would not fly in my 7th grade exposition class, much less like being 19 or whatever now, 18, freshman in college. And so it just opened my eyes to like, oh my God, the average person really doesn't know how to write well at all.
We had this made up class. What was it called? Oh my God, it's just made up. It was it was like Life Connections. It was called Life Connections, and everybody had to take it.
Life skills.
And it was out it was in a double wide trailer outside the main building, and it was just these 2 cat ladies who had free reign over a class every day, all day.
Was it good?
It was great. It was great because we did fun shit. But every week there was like a presentation that you had to give, this like stand in front of the class and put on a presentation. Sometimes it would be like sell a product. or sometimes it would be, tell a story, or we would have, sometimes it would just be a report.
It's kind of fun.
That was such a weird class. We didn't do anything really in there. Like, we just kind of hung out.
I'm super curious because Jackie's had courses like this in her life, and they were amazing. Did you take anything from it that was good? Or was it just
there was so much public speaking. It was continuous public speaking, and I would just
improved your whole life. Like looking at your career,
I was already like, I would just stand there for 10 minutes and tell jokes really about the thing that we were talking about mostly, and that seemed to fly. But yeah,
there's two types of black people.
This
is Chris.
Maybe you had that talent anyway, and she didn't enhance it, or maybe
my dad's a good storyteller, and so I was always listening to his stories. And if I'm good at telling stories, that's certainly why, because he's the best storyteller that I'd ever met. Like obviously we've met lots of cool people on here and throughout my life later on, but he could tell a really good story. He kind of puts you, he knows to put you in the setting first. It's like, well, it was this time. What you got to know about then was like this. It was raining that night, and then it had stopped and it had gotten hot. So it was steaming on the asphalt, and it was hot when he went, and he tells these great stories about them getting into trouble and car accidents and fights and all sorts of nonsense when he was growing up. And they're really fun stories.
There's an art to that. The background information. I tend to I give lots of background detail, but it can be more than you need to know and ruin the flow. Like that's the error that I prevent myself from making if I can. Whereas my wife, you do the same. My wife is on the other end. Well, she'll just start a story from the middle. You don't know what the heck she's talking about. It's all he's and theys, and I'm like,
fuck, I hate that.
I do that, but I also fucking it's crazy. I can just make connections, right? So I'll start off on topic A, and then I'll go into topic B, and then C, and then D, and then E, and then I'll loop it back down to A. I'll somehow be like, oh yeah, and this thing that I was talking about 5 minutes ago, that's why this. And it's like people don't get.
Yeah, they're like not tracking with you.
Yeah.
Were you Scott, when you were in school and you had to do a group project, were you the person who was like, I'll do some work, but I don't want to present it? Or were you the person who was like, you guys take care of it, I'll present it?
I didn't really have an archetype, public speaking wasn't like my strong suit, but I could do it. Plus we didn't do a ton of group work. It's funny listening to you guys talk about school because I grew up in Massachusetts, and throughout my childhood, I don't know if this is the case anymore, but throughout my childhood, they were Massachusetts schools, #1 schools in the country. We do it the best. It's so good. You go down south, you go to Louisiana, those people don't fucking speak right. They don't know shit. They're retards. That's what we're being told basically. And what you guys are saying is oh, that sounds harder than what I had to do. What the hell?
Well, we also have a pig barn.
In Massachusetts. You had a pig barn?
You guys
didn't have a pig barn at your high school?
No, we didn't.
Lame.
Yeah, well, you
had a catfish farm though, right?
Yeah,
it's next to the pig barn.
Where else would it be?
Over by where everybody shows the sheeps and the calves in the calf barn.
You wouldn't put it next to corn shucking class.
It's actually horticulture. It's horticulture. Yeah.
I wish we had more outdoorsy stuff.
In that way, you guys probably had some cool tech classes or something. We had our electives.
Nothing cool. My teacher who taught us how to use Microsoft Excel was clearly had no idea how this program was used. And so I spent a whole semester of her trying to teach accounting on software she clearly wasn't familiar with. And so you could just phone it in. She didn't realize that all it took was one kid in the class already being proficient with Excel. It was the same guy that downloaded terabytes of Hollywood movies in 2004 and got a letter from the FBI saying to stop. And this guy knew how to do everything. And so he would just share the file with everyone. And it's oh man, everyone did it perfectly.
We had good electives, I thought. We had a class called technology where they did robotics and real deal wiring. A kid died They were wiring a fuse box
Hard
the year
class.
before. It would have been 1999. It would have been 1999 when he died. It was the year before I started.
Teach wiring with live fucking wires for some
Yes,
reason.
it's technology. There's no. I mean, it's high school. These kids are like,
Nail
old
gun
enough.
class has been a disaster.
We had nail guns in construction. We absolutely had nail guns. Me and my buddy Daniel were left behind when everybody else went to go do like a thing, and we were deemed too troublesome to be trusted to go out to the football field and work on the. I think they were working on the scoreboard or some shit. We were too troublesome to go, so we had to stay behind. We immediately got nail guns out and started shooting at birds that were like standing on a wire. There's like electrical wires behind the high school, and
How'd you get it to shoot?
you just pull back the guard on your left hand.
It sounds like you went to the fucking Georgia School of Natural Selection or something.
Oh, it was
Right?
great. So we
I
had
hope the
technology.
remaining students have learned their lesson about touching the wires.
But I didn't take that class because the kid died, and I always regretted it because they did cool.
Did you
shit.
go to his funeral?
I didn't know that fucking kid. It was the year before I started high school. Like I didn't know yet.
Okay, my mistake.
Yeah, but we they made an electric car, and this is in 1999, 2000, 2001, somewhere in there. And all it was a pickup truck, and the entire bed was full of electric batteries. But it ran on electric. Those powered an electric motor, and it had like a little you'd have to take it back to the school and charge it. But they would drive to town and back and do shit with it. I thought that was so cool that they made their own electric car. And then there was construction, welding, and automotive, and all three of those departments were like incredibly well funded. Like they did oil changes and body work all day, every day in there. And it's the same thing in metals. They were always fabricating like cattle trailers and like horse trailers and stuff like that, and selling them for like $10,000. And then construction was always cranking out gazebos and things for like storage sheds and shit like that, dog houses, whatever they could sell.
I like that. That's useful. That's helpful. And it's like teaching you practical things you would actually want to know how to build, not birdhouses.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we didn't build birdhouses.
We didn't have anything like that. And I like, as I was thinking about it, I realized that's why we had the number one schools, is because like you could suck at woodwork and fail. Like me, I shouldn't have graduated high school. They put me in a remedial math class where they just like, they gave us fucking sheets to fill out. And literally, if you wrote your name and did the first question and then left everything else blank, they'd be like, all right, well, he tried his best. literally just fucking pushed people through.
Yeah.
And it's like, holy shit. I think the coolest classes we probably had were video production and computer, some kind of computer class. And we just goofed off. The video production class, I got put in Vid Pro 2 instead of 1. And I was like, well, I don't know anything. But there was a girl that I kind of, was digging. So I was like, no, it's cool. I'll stay here. And the guy who ended up teaching that class was a dude who I'd end up training with for years. So he just let me watch like MMA shit in the class all day. And
I would have loved the video production class. That would have been so cool.
Yeah, no, it was pretty cool. Like I'm not some big vid pro guy or anything, but I did kind of realize like I enjoy it. I enjoy the process.
We had drama, but I'll be honest, it seemed gay, and so and everybody kind of
it is,
and nobody really did it except for like the gay guys. There weren't any straight guys in drama. Like you didn't want to.
Were they actually gay or just not as rough and tumble?
I'm underselling my own point. I did have fun in my middle school drama class.
This is high school drama. This is real drama. Like this is big leagues, Taylor.
Okay, I didn't.
Okay.
I wasn't cut out.
Yeah,
I
don't
never had to
compare
make
your
things
age
up
to
in high
drama.
school drama class kid.
Someone from the newspaper is going to watch this. Okay, it's going in print. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the big leagues.
Day one, I broke out Indian guy. Hated it.
I took all the computer classes I could, all the computer electives I could, and I nearly failed high school because I tried to just cheat my way through one of them, or maybe two of them. I took a year of fucking typing in high school, even though I already typed quite well, like as well as I do now. And so that was just an easy A. You're literally playing video games that involve typing fast. There's like Asteroid Defender, and words are going to hit your base, and you got to type those words to stop them from.
Fuck! Appalachia hit me.
It's fucking cool. Great game and a great elective to take when you already know how to type. And then I took CAD, computer aided drafting, and God bless that teacher. I saw it. I think his son was my first judge. and my thing, I was like, hey, he was the judge that I did like the video. You do a video conference to this first judge from jail. It's a very classy affair. From jail, they have like a video monitor, and you like talk to him.
Was that pre-COVID?
Yeah, way pre-COVID. Yeah, like several years pre-COVID at that point. What was I gonna say? The judges. He passed me though because like I got to the end of the year and I had like a 60 because I just hadn't done things. I just hadn't done anything. I wasn't bad. I just wasn't cooperating. And he put me in a back room and told me to do paperwork. And I did meters of paperwork, miles of paperwork for him but it looked like I was writing reports, but I was writing gibberish. I was writing song lyrics and gibberish, and I would hand him pages and pages of gibberish. And the top page would be like real work, and the rest was, and I was always like, please don't read it. Please don't read that second fucking page.
What was the nature of this paperwork?
It was, I was going through the book for computer aided drafting and doing all of the questions and the explanations and just writing gibberish.
Are you good at it all? Did you learn anything?
It was 10th grade, or it was whatever year the DC sniper happened. It was that year. Wow. I don't remember. I remember building bridges in there. I remember lots of projects like that where we were just designing load-bearing structures. That's all I really remember.
I've been teaching myself CAD. I got a 3D printer a couple months ago, and you have to learn to design shit. And I was like, I know a little bit of CAD. Then you're fucking designing load-bearing bridges. I put a cone with holes in it so the fish food melts out. Like that's the level I am. So
I mean, the program we were using back then is probably light years different than what you're using now.
Hard to say. I feel like if you learned word processing back then on Word, you'd step into Google Word quickly.
Oh yeah, for sure. I that's the class that I really almost felt, computer applications. And you learned like all of the computer applications, the Microsoft like fucking book of them. And at first I was doing the work, but I like hadn't saved my work or something. I can't remember exactly how I cheated. It wasn't that I hadn't done my work. It was that I hadn't saved it and I hadn't printed out hard copies. And now I was like going to fail because I didn't have like a semester worth of proof. And somehow or another, I copied someone else's onto a thumb drive and I took it home and I printed it out on our printer and tried to turn it in as if I'd printed it on her printer. And she recognized the difference between laser and inkjet and fucking failed me with like a 42 or something like that. It was heartless. Fucking Sherlock Holmes up in there, like shutting me down. She's like, this is ink. How can you tell? I'd never look at that and think that it's not your bitch. I know how to use Excel. She didn't even test me. They so they had video production. They didn't have anything. See, Woody had. Oh my God, Woody, lay out some of your cooler electives because every time I hear it, I'm genuinely ashamed of where I went and so jealous that you grew up with all the things. Just the swimming pool, honestly. Like we didn't have a goddamn swimming pool.
Yeah, our high school had a swimming pool, but the swim team trained in a bigger one. The 4 challenges is the one you're thinking of. Where I forget what the 4 challenges even were, but I remember the physical one involved whitewater rafting, and that story I've told a few times. What the deal was is our school was really, really well funded. New Jersey schools pay a little better than most, and Ocean City, New Jersey paid the most. So we had pretty good teachers, and it was well funded because most of the homes were empty, but still paid real estate taxes, which are what funded the school. So we had a real estate base really for about 250,000 people with families of 18,000 getting the benefits of it. And that's just that. No school's funded like that. They changed it since then.
We didn't even have a soccer team until like my senior year.
Our gym classes were so fucking well funded. Like I don't know if it's normal for everybody to
fencing?
have like leather gloves. Yeah, we had fencing, we had archery, we had golf, we had
archery.
Yeah,
We had golf. We had golf.
Did you have golf? We had fencing.
Yeah, horse riding, fucking
No.
Equestrian dancing.
fox hunting.
Our girls cross country team was undefeated for 18 years in a row. Because, well, one, they were good and the coach was good. So that's a big part of it. But I guess another part of it is like they were really good at running in soft sand. And every visiting school would just get absolutely like the shit kicked out of them when we put our course through the soft sand. And I thought that was funny.
I saw over on my favorite YouTube channel, Police Activity. They have 28. They have 28 minutes of unedited body cam footage of the officer who goes up onto the building where the Trump sniper was, and he like stands over the body and chats for half an hour. He talks to a Secret Service guy with like suit and tie. You get you get a clear view of how he got up there, like where the building is in relation to everything, what kind of shot it was. To even mention that roof is slanted is just poppycock. It's like, if anything, the slant makes it more comfortable, because if you can imagine lying flat and trying to shoot something over there, it's actually a little bit nice. It's like a reclining chair. It's like a beach chair for this guy to shoot.
He's a little
off.
elevated.
So we probably all heard that the reason people weren't on it was because of the slant. I don't know who said that. Was it the chick who got fired who was at the top?
Yeah,
I think it was the head of the Secret Service
chick. Yeah.
That was the initial reason for not. And if anybody listening to this wants to see some wild shit that, like, it doesn't matter what side of you are politically, go listen to that lady being interviewed by Congress. And how evasive and ignorant she plays, and how many times she perjures herself in the course of like a few hours. It is wild. Dude. It is wild. And to see, like, I hate to see when Marjorie Taylor Greene gets up there, because she starts talking about conspiracy. She's like, "Is there a conspiracy to kill Donald Trump that you're the head of?" And it's like, shut up, firecracker. Like it's one of these laureates we have up here, because they do this for a living. But she got absolutely decimated up there, and
on both sides.
And it looked bad. They were like, "What is your problem?" More or less. Like, what are you thinking right now? Do you think these cameras aren't turned on? Do you think that I'm not an important, powerful person? You are under some mistaken ideas, man. This is ridiculous.
She probably felt untouchable. She's like, I haven't even lost my job yet. And
Taylor, my opinion's on the other side, which doesn't mean I'm right, but I'm on the. She probably thinks I'm already fired. She's like, "Can't I just quit yesterday? Why do I have to go through this? Like, I get it. I'm gone. You know, like, so fuck this whole thing."
I get them trying to get more information out of her, because it's like, you know,
I understand their motivation.
Yeah.
I can also see why she was like, I can't recall. I don't know. Kyle said she perjured herself, and he's probably right. I only saw some highlights, but the highlights I saw were all like, I don't know. I'd have to look into that. We'll hold people accountable, but unspecifically, shit like that.
It's like if you're obstinate about it, it just makes it look like there is more behind the scenes. Regarding
it was a lot of little things. Like, did you phone the agents who tackled President Trump to the ground and stood between him and bullets the night of? No, they were still working. How about the next day? Yes, I believe the next day. Are you sure? Because it's 72 hours. You are under oath. You sure you called them the next day? It could have been 72 hours. It was 72 hours later that you called them. And it's like, why aren't you on this, lady? This seems like something you'd be good at. It's not. I don't know how directly responsible she is to all the shit happening. You would think if she didn't she would be the one to approve more agents, or the distribution of agents, and maybe even policy, so you could blame her there. But whoever was running the show on the day is where's that guy? We need to find him. I don't care what color or race or sex he is. She is probably a white guy. I'm picturing a mean white guy. Well, the same one in those.
Not mean enough, clearly.
You ever see those home security commercials in the middle of the day, and it's always a white burglar?
Yeah. I live in fear of a Polish guy barreling through my window.
God, is that a white?
Where is your electric television? Please,
be a white rhino or
Did he get
Italian?
Like
no, he's Swedish or something.
That's what.
Or Italian.
Mama, like he had little Mario in there.
Yes. Whoever's running the show on the day is the person who's also responsible for like like maybe that lady put the team out there and she set the rules, but this other person was coaching on the day of, whoever that was. They need to be held responsible too. Like it seems like such incompetence that it really is easy to look at it and see conspiracy when it's someone as controversial as Trump.
Yeah, it's a Z.
So I've heard, maybe we said it, that there were people inside that building, but not on top of it. Is that part true?
Dude, it's so much worse than that. I don't think I'm wrong about this, but I skimmed through the 28-minute video. So the guy's standing over the dead body on the roof, and he's talking to another agent, and that agent points over to the building right next to them. They're connected by a little walkway that's maybe 8 feet, and there's windows in it that look out toward the grounds that where all this shit happened. And they're like, that guy in there, he's the one who saw him earlier and sent us the pictures of him from like an hour and a half ago. He was the suspicious guy that we lost. And it's like, what the fuck? If that guy would just look out the window, he could shoot this guy with his pistol. Like, he's like a level below them or half a level below them and laying out on this roof. And they're just right there in that window, like a sniper team is. And I don't mean the one on the peaked roof behind Trump. I mean, like right next to him, like 20 yards tops.
It's it's almost hard to think it's just sheerly incompetence, because like it would take a level of incompetence that's so staggering to see someone on the roof for a half hour plus.
No. That's not true. So
there were people in the crowd pointing it out way earlier, and
but not a half an hour. That'd be crazy town. One of the crowd would have beaten him up in half an hour. So the timeline is a little sketchy, but it's something like up to 2 hours before, when the crowd wasn't even gathered, the kid was flying a drone over the place doing recon. They found the drone. They've got video from the drone. They know he was doing it. Then like an hour and a half before Trump takes the stage, he's photographed and videotaped walking around kind of casing the joint, looking for where he's going to go, I'm sure. And I think that's when the Secret Services like overheard in that police activity video kind of mentioning, this is the kid we took a photo of earlier. I've also seen him in like a person from the crowds just, in the background. It's like, holy shit, that's him with the gray shirt walking over there. And so that's like an hour and a half before. But once he crawls on the roof, everything happens very quickly. Like 3 minutes from the time he gets up there to the time Trump gets shot or something like that.
Yeah, but they'd been keeping an eye on him for hours at that point.
They had lost him for over an hour and a half since the last time they had like seen him. He'd probably gone back to his car to get his gun or get ready or get all of his shit together, just speculating there. But there is that video where there's about 90 seconds of this person with his iPhone sees the sniper and is worried about the sniper. He's right there. He's right there. Gun. And it's like 90 seconds of this. It reminds me of that goddamn Uber driver whose passenger's getting pinated in the back with knives and he won't step on it. It's like, come on, we got to do something now. But there's no way to get anybody's attention. Certainly not the snipers up on roofs or whatever. And the guy starts shooting. He shoots like 7 or 8 times. Something like that.
So I originally thought that the protection team was too small. But if there's a lot of people like inside the building fucking about, people not paying attention to the person of interest, etc., I almost wonder if they weren't too small, if they were just too complacent. If they sat there and didn't work very hard that day, assuming that a guy like Trump doesn't have people who dislike him, then that's a bad assumption.
And again,
that's. Oh, sorry.
No, please go.
That's kind of what I was gonna say. Is like I don't know where I fall. Like, there's things where I'm like, that's a few too many coincidences. But then there's also like, you're a Secret Service guy, you did your time and whatever you had to do to get to get up to this point. You walk around for like 5 years and nobody ever takes a swipe at the president. Nobody even gets close to it. You're getting to the point where you're seeing people who look suspicious and you're like, I better keep an eye on him just to see that
Trump
guy.
Rally, they're all suspicious looking.
Exactly. They're all traitors from what I've been told. But like 2024 election, fucking we got another one of these things we got to go to. Pennsylvania this time. Fucking whatever. All right, bro, whatever. Fucking dude, I'd rather be at my daughter's birthday party right now. Whatever, who cares? Yeah. And then it just kind of like snowballs into, oh no, that roof's gonna be fine. Who's gonna fucking take a shot at him anyway?
I think you might be onto something. There's a term for it. I forget it, but it happens to TSA agents where, the people who check on TSA and put a knife in the luggage or whatever, a gun in the luggage is a better example, and it gets past them. Why did it get past them? Because for the last 37,000 pieces of luggage, there was no gun in there. And they just learned that if you just wave it through, nothing happens. There's no one's putting guns in the luggage until someone tries to slip one by, and they succeed most of the time. And that's what's up. Too many. I think for dogs, when they train the dogs, they give them something to actually find every once in a while. Because if you don't,
they forget how to do it.
Yeah, they forget that ever saying yes is a thing.
Yeah, I mean, that does make sense. And I would also, like, if it's a big group of people, I could see them psychologically thinking the same with the TSA, where it's like, it's not that big a deal if I'm not hard scoping these bags or these people too much because there's 100 people here. Someone will catch it. Am I the only one who thinks that guy's suspicious? Oh, well, then maybe I'm.
It's not just that roof.
Maybe I'm the weirdo.
Yeah.
Like there's other roofs. Like there were several problems with the security on that place. If you saw the big map, there's a water tower over there that's more like a 300 or 400 yard shot. That's from it way elevated. It's nobody was up there either. Nobody had that covered. The whole thing is just it's complacency.
Dude, if the guy missed from that roof, he would have been a mile high from that fucking water tower.
It's complacency.
Although I guess he didn't actually miss. It's because Trump turned his head. So
every time someone's attempted to, as far as I know, like God, haven't they almost succeeded more or less? If you think about it, going back, like the attempts are.
We don't know all the fails,
How many successes?
No, I'm not talking
JFK, Lincoln, and what?
How do we not know all the fails? Are we talking about the fail where they got the guy on the way there or something?
Roosevelt,
and they didn't brag about it.
Reagan.
There's been several.
Reagan.
He's a several. He's a fail though.
There's been more than a few that have just been dumb luck like that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call that a like the Reagan things isn't really even a. I mean, he got him. He got him. The problem was he was using a small caliber gun and he didn't know what he was doing. Right, he was just a crazed person, but he was able to get through any and all security there was. Every time someone's tried, they've done it.
As far as
different ways to define success.
Again, you said that, but what's the scenario where we don't know? When did the Secret Service jump in front of a bullet and keep it secret?
Honestly, I think you're right in that is the Secret Service as ineffective as the TSA? Seemingly, if what you're saying is true, and just intuitively it seems true the way you're.
Lately, they are.
Yeah, lately that was the biggest Z team of all time. That looked like a TSA group.
As far as I know, the Secret Service handles like counterfeit money and harassing music artists who say the wrong thing. I'm pretty sure that's like 99.9%.
Is counterfeit money that big of a deal?
Massive.
Are they putting all of their eggs in that basket? Maybe.
Who handles counterfeit money?
The Secret Service.
Oh yeah, I know they do crypto too.
It was one of the first presidents that assigned them to that too. There was I forget why, but there was a reason. He was like, "Nah, I want you guys to be the ones."
I can foresee you guys sucking at preventing us from getting assassinated, so we need to give you something else to do, so you're not a total waste of time.
Abraham Lincoln installed the Secret Service, so maybe that means that he did it because the South was printing fake U.S. dollars to fuck with the U.S. economy and create inflation. That would have been genius if the South was doing that, by the way. Think about that one.
The South was on their own money at the time. I don't think they were.
But he's saying they were ruining the money supply for the North, like as an economic attack.
Oh, I didn't know they did that. I thought they were all
guessing.
about
I'm guessing. I'm
just
guessing based on the timeline of when he joined in, why you would need some sort of anti-counterfeit money force installed during the 1860s.
I hate how lame the Secret Service is in my eyes now. I always thought they were so cool and they were I thought it would be that Asian guy that's American and he's a fucking NASA astronaut,
NASA Navy doctor
surgeon. This guy is maxed out in every stat, and I figured that guy would be that's the kind of Secret Service guy, a guy who looks at a situation like that, immediately analyzes who the threat is. Oh, it's the guy with the gun, and then. They analyze.
I like the idea of the person being protected bullying the Secret Service, just surprising them with a bike ride, and they just start running, getting exhausted, having to swap out runners because they can't keep up with the presidential bicyclists.
There were too many overweight Secret Service that day. Did anyone notice? I know Woody noticed that.
Frumpy, like lesbian looking, fucking like beat cop type chicks.
Yeah.
Only the Shane Gillis sister one jumped out at me as bad. When the president was first sort of, I'll call it tackled, but don't hold me to that.
Yeah.
Most of those guys seem like Secret Service central casting to me.
They prefer the term enveloped. And they all seemed fine. Even the girl with the ponytail was all over him, putting her body on the line.
But small.
She's a little small. I think you want maybe a bigger body, but who fucking cares? She was over there doing another thing, and she sprinted over and jumped on him. That was awesome. Shane Gillis' sister is like cowering in fear and then can't holster her gun. Dude, they have so much footage of her trying to holster her gun. It's like, why did you have it out that much? She got it out 3 different times in 2 different locations. It was crazy.
I heard the footage was altered to make her look bad, and I'm like, okay, let me see the unaltered footage. Let me see what's up. Like, now I don't know what to believe.
Yeah, I no, dude. I saw her in 2 different locations with her fucking gun out, and she can't. And I'm
not defending her. We're talking about an overweight woman. I'm not an ally.
The fat was in the way. She had to reach over with her left hand, and I'm not even joking. So there was fat in the way of her holster. It's a problem that fat people have when they wear holsters. You got to push your fat rolls out of the way so that you can get the gun out or back in, especially. And if you haven't practiced it, and look, I never practiced that. I always thought holsters and drawing was stupid as shit. I thought that was stupid as shit. I'd miss it too if I tried to stick a gun in a holster. I don't wear.
You know what they should have to do? All these Secret Service people who failed that day, they should have to have failure tattooed on their face, Boogie style, so that everyone knows you're the one who failed to stop.
And the women can't grow a beard,
and they can't grow the beard. Yeah,
that's true. I need a little cover-up makeup. If you want a good movie about the Secret Service that'll make you feel like they're badasses, it's Clint Eastwood in a movie called In the Line of Fire. He plays like an over-the-hill, too old
It'd be unbelievable
agent.
Now that I know the truth. Now that I know they're apparently futzing around, Mr. Magooing about, going, that guy with a gun on the roof must be a goober. Must be like
Clint
Dwight Schrute looking at fucking Michael in the woods through a scope. just doing safeties. It for a better view. Yeah, the safety's on.
Eating those fucking mushrooms. I have hinted my pants. Yeah, that's a good fucking episode.
It is funny.
Yeah, the whole thing. I maybe 50 years. I'll say this: if that person had been successful and killed Trump, this would have been one of those conspiracy theories, and it would have lived on, just like JFK. It would be bigger than JFK as far as like the movies and the documentaries and the studies and the microscopic, but you don't know about the water tower shooter, do you? You don't remember the glint in the woods. What about the popping noises heard on the eastern lawn? Yeah, there'd be all these little tidbits, and it would be studied over and poured over. Woody, I'm talking about if Trump had died, how crazy the investigation and the legacy of that event would be, because we have I think it's Zapruder film. It's fucking probably a Polak or something. That was just a guy who happened to be there with a camera that was better than most people had back then. And it's pretty good. He's got the camera on Kennedy when he gets shot. If you've ever seen JFK, which is a tremendous fucking movie, you want to see JFK, it's great. Highly recommend it. You see his head get blown off, basically. But it's still that old 60s bumpy, stabilized, I don't know, a small millimeter film, 8mm film or something. Trump was in HD on fucking CNN live. There were 15,000 people there or some shit watching live. Everybody was watching that guy's face right there in front of you. They're zoomed in on it in 4K. If he had died, it would have been, it would be bigger than JFK, the way they poured over the conspiracy theories. And who set it up? I think it was the Iranians. They made a plot just before. I think it was the mob. No, it was the Duke of Belgium. He never let it go when Trump bumped him out of that photograph. His wife saw that and she left him right after for the mailman.
I'm not going to be disrespected. They will once again know that Belgium is the real country and not just a silly little vassal state of the United States. We have tens of military members.
I still feel like we should know more about the shooter. Like, He seems to be the only 20-year-old on Earth without social media.
That's definitely someone had to have like scrubbed that shit. He's a registered Republican who donated money to the Get Out the Vote portion of Act Blue, which is like a getting more votes for Democrat. Like this guy, he looks like the guy. Yeah, he has so many friends. Has no. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he had no friends, but. And I did see some interviews with people who were like, yeah, this guy, I briefly knew him in school 9 years ago. And it's like, wow, they had to go deep. This guy really did have no friends.
They interviewed his guidance counselor and they were like, was he bullied? And he was like, absolutely
no, I'm just bad at my job.
When he said absolutely not, I was like, you might need to investigate you further, sir. Like you were being way. How do you fucking know? How do you fucking know?
Other than some mean-spirited MK Ultra guys who'd come over to his house sometimes.
The BlackRock guys were so cool with him that they all knew each other by first names. They had nicknames.
It's hard to get any information about who this guy really is, right? Like Taylor mentioned, he's a registered Republican, but he donated to a Democratic cause. And then he also apparently argued the conservative points in a high school debate class every heckin' time. And he was the only guy who did, according to high school classmates. I don't know how reliable that is, right? Like how tied in are they? And then there was a high school classmate who said that he was bullied a lot. And then a guidance counselor who said he wasn't. It's like, no matter what you want to think he is, you can find your side in what I just said.
And also I would trust a classmate over discerning whether or not another classmate was bullied over a guidance counselor.
Big time. They have
like 100%. The guidance counselor isn't going to know.
Especially, I don't know what your relationship with your guidance counselor was, but non-existent is exactly right. So fuck that old fucker who clearly was lying to be on the news or whatever the fuck. But I did see the gun, and man, I was just like, get a little closer so I can see. Get a little closer. I know what it is. It doesn't matter. It's an AR. But I wanted to see the optic. I was so interested in what kind of optic he had.
It was a red dot.
That's what it looked like, but I couldn't see it well enough to call it.
I couldn't tell you which red dot it was. I just read about it in the news. It was a red dot. So the way it was,
that explains, why he didn't hit his target, I guess, to some extent. Although we'd have seen him
would have hit it if Trump didn't do his spastic head movement.
Fair enough. I mean,
not in the middle of the head.
And they're trying to kill me. Believe me. And he just like throw the head to the side.
I need somebody to make that meme. They haven't done it yet, where like Trump dodges the bullet, and then you cut to Morpheus going, "He's beginning to believe." That was like I know that you hate Trump, and rightfully so for many of the things. Look, Trump's a very flawed, awful person. I know you hate Trump.
It's full of hate. It's not such a political guy. I can't get him to shut up.
What I loved about it, what I saw so many TikToks of like, very left-leaning people being like, then he just stood up like a badass and pushed the Secret Service kind of aside, made him let him put his shoes back on.
High heels.
And he started yelling, and he started pumping his fist and saying, fight. Kind of looked like he was pissed off and wanted to beat the guy up who'd shot him. It was the coolest thing I've ever fucking seen. And also, I think
it was pretty cool.
And you got to admit, like, I think some people would. Trump clearly got his reaction to being shot was anger. I think that's a little bit telling about like what he's actually about, because like you're getting an unadulterated moment right there. You got to believe that, right? Like that's not drama.
Sure.
Look, I will say this: if he got shot. If he got shot and was like, all right, how do I sell this while he's down there and the blood's dripping? What's the move? Do it fight or fight power or get him? What do I say? Oh, fight. Just keep it simple. Like if he's thinking like that, then that's
here's my chance.
Like if he thinks like that and he's
President
like
Trump
that's impressive in its own right. But I don't think he was thinking about anything. I think like when he stood up and I heard the unfiltered audio or whatever, so you can hear the Secret Service through the stadium microphone that Trump was using, and they're like, "Shooters down." So Trump knows in this moment that like the guy's dead, and then he stands up and he's like clearly angry and saying, "Fight." I thought that was a little telling about his personality. That what would Obama have said when he stood up and pumped his fist? I'm not saying Obama wouldn't have been cool.
He would have called for unity.
My fellow Americans.
Forgive him. Like he'd have done that, like Jesus Christ himself. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
They tried to kill me today. Believe it or not. And it was probably a white guy. You know,
It's hard to find pictures of him on the ground.
You'd be right.
Like when I saw him on the ground, he looked panicked and scared. Like to me, that was his first reaction.
Oh, you're alone on that island. He looked badass. Like when he stood up and was yelling "fight" after he.
I didn't say when he stood up. When he was on the ground. Like,
well, I mean, he did just get shot.
Yeah, got his ear pierced. I've seen 9-year-old girls that didn't look so panicked.
Trump was enveloped with agents, and
this is a procedure typically done at the
and get it straight. Trump wasn't collapsed.
The
cope over this.
Trump had 5 grown men and 1 medium-sized woman on his back.
I've had that. And I only came once.
That's
Woody, Woody, watch this video if you're of Trump golfing a little bit. He got the shit out of the ball.
He's actually.
I've seen him golf, and
Eagles.
Look, I can't take knocks at it. His putting is weird, but I'm told it's effective. So
yeah, he has a weird.
Well, he learned it during the 40s or something. Like that, he's an old guy.
I bet it's a compensation for something else. Like, you know what? I always do this, so I put a spin on it, and now it goes straight.
Or he's like 81 and his shoulder 79, however fucking old.
You gotta put that picture up, bro.
Very important.
Sorry, and he's 78 and his shoulder's not great, and so he has to like do some weird movement. I don't know enough about golf to analyze it, but my younger brother is addicted to golf, plays constantly, loves it, and he sent me a video of Trump and I don't recall the guy's name. He's like the biggest.
He's like Goku going Super Saiyan down there. You thought that was fear?
Panic.
That was determination. He was resolved.
That looks like an album cover.
That does look like an album cover. It looks pretty cool.
That doesn't look like a guy who's like, I don't know, in fight mode to me. But I can't deny he got up.
I mean, he had been shot.
His ear was pierced.
He had been shot 5 seconds before this.
He should have ran towards the bullets like a Viking berserker.
That's what he says he
should have ripped out of his shirt.
They're like, what would you do if you had a school shooting? He's like, I'd run in there and save everyone. Everyone's like, you're so full of shit. And it turns out he doesn't do that.
What are you talking about?
He didn't run towards the shooter and take out him like he said he would.
He got shot and then stood up and yelled, fight, fight,
what
fight.
A pussy. I know.
Oh,
I mean, another thing about that too, though, is like, I think it's pretty impressive that he's 78 and he can move the way he does. Like my grandfather died when he was 80, and he was like, he'd have to call like one of us if we didn't answer. He'd have to call the fire department if he fell out of bed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like the fact that he could be in that situation where, first off, he doesn't have a heart attack immediately, but then second, he has to hit the deck quick, have mad people jump on top of him. You know, those are some big bitches. You know, yeah. I wouldn't want them on top of
hefty gals.
And then he just gets back up and he's able to.
Give him credit for hitting the deck quickly, like with agility. He got tackled by the Secret Service.
Did he get tackled? I didn't.
Ducked. No, he ducked.
Crash test dummy could have.
Oh yeah, you're right, Woody. He got tackled to the ground right after those popping noises that confused him. You're giving, I don't know. It's just some propaganda coming from the MSNBC
this is
over there.
All truth.
I hear he didn't even get shot. You don't believe he got shot, right?
No, there was a time when I had heard it was a ricochet. That was like a news report, and I kind of wanted to believe it for a while, but I don't think it was a ricochet. I think
they said it was a teleprompter had been shattered and glass had hit his ear. That's what that was the story
being reported. Yeah, but you fell for one too. You said he was shot in the chest, and he thought he had.
No, I did not.
No, Kyle did not.
I absolutely did not.
Kyle did not.
You posted the picture. He was.
I didn't post the picture either.
Stand by.
This is true. You posted the picture, and you said shot to the chest. I'm not an expert, just asking questions. Like that's almost exactly what happened. This is great.
Yeah, it was hardcore what he did, recovering from being shot that quickly.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like suck his dick, but it's like, can you? I can't imagine like if I'd be on my game after getting fucking shot at a political rally. I think I'd be like, I'd be so low to the ground and trying to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, if you told Biden to do a burpee, like they'd need to bring the Secret Service in to get him back up.
Poor Biden.
They'd have to attach ropes to him.
They would. They'd have to weekend at Bernie's and marionette him around.
Yeah, I mean, like I haven't been shot at, but I've been around.
Oh, it was Taylor. Fuck, Taylor posted a picture of his vest with his jacket with the hole in it and said, "Did he take one in the vest?" I thought it was Kyle. My bad.
No, it's all good.
That's okay.
That was during the fact finding time where we were all sharing all kinds of
minutes after.
Like, what is this? What's going on here?
Yeah,
I don't think anyone's.
It turned out that was Photoshopped. There's a lot of pictures that show it.
Yeah,
the whole.
Found that out later, but looks like
that would have been really cool if he had though. Like if he pulled out the bullet.
You think I don't think he would have done that, or maybe he would have. He's apparently he never leaves showbiz mode. The show must go on to him at all times.
I appreciate that. I want that in my supreme leader. I mean, president,
king.
Whatever he decides to call himself, I'll fucking salute, because when you don't, it's just like when you don't pay your taxes, they show up with guns.
He's gonna support Israel so hard in his second term.
Good, because that's what we all want here. Tell them about the boner pills.
Yes, a natural bookend to this. This episode is brought to you by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. Special deal for our listeners here. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, that is BlueChew.com. Try it free with code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. BlueChew. Check it out. And as always, said it a million times, Kyle recommended we go the Tadalafil route, and Woody and I never looked back because it is clearly based on Kyle's expertise of having dabbled with all of these, far and away the most superior, longest lasting.
I don't look back, I point upwards.
He points up. He's always saluting Tadalafil. Check it out. BlueChew.com, code PKA. This episode, of course, is also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. Is it back in stock yet? Because my fucking goodness, I am I'm starting to get irritated. It's still fucking sold out. So if you can't get Lock and Load right now, we'll let you know as soon as you can. I know a lot of people have been commenting on it because it's a big seller. But you can also use our code PKA or Jizz over at GorillaMind.com, and you can get 10% off of any protein powders, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, anything and everything you need efficaciously dosed by Derek and his scientists can be found there. And go ahead and take 10% off with code PKA. If you're working out, if you're getting fit and you need supplements, there's nowhere better than Derek's site, GorillaMind.com. It is so far and away the best above the competition. Just look at the ingredients label of his protein powder versus the mass-produced market protein powder that they have at Walmart or whatever. It's not even close. Better macros, better nutrient profile. It's infinitely better. So check it out. And it tastes good too. You can get the vanilla kind and then mix it with, I put a couple scoops of cocoa powder with the vanilla kind to turn it kind of into the chocolate kind, because I read online in a Twitter post that cocoa powder was good for you. And I never looked into it. I was like, I believe that somehow.
I want it to be true.
It tastes bitter, so it must be good for me.
The best cocoa powder is the one you put in your chocolate milk.
Yes.
It's health food.
So I gave up on cocoa powder. Now I'm all Nesquik in my corn syrup, artificial chocolate flavor. But yeah. And also our merch. Check out our merch. Use code PKA10 for 10% off of any of our merch. Get the t-shirts, get the hoodies, get the stickers, get the mugs, any of that stuff. Check it out. Everyone I've been getting responses from on Twitter who's bought our stuff so far is very, very happy with the quality, which I'm pleased with, because before we partnered with who's doing the merch now, I made sure they sent me versions of everything we're selling so that I could make sure, like, run it through the wash, wear it a couple times, make sure it's not that horse shit where it just the design falls off after 2 washes, which it's not. And there's a couple different kinds of t-shirts on there. One is more fitted, one's a little more loose, relaxed fit. So check it out. PKA 10 to save 10% off. A lot of you guys are buying merch and you're not using the code. You're leaving money on the table, my friends. So use code PKA10 for 10% off. And that's it. Those are the sponsors for this evening.
I have a topic. I'm curious where you guys
fire away.
It's from Reddit, and it says this. You'll earn $50,000 a day in perpetuity as long as you complete a 12-hour daily drive round trip. If you ever don't complete that 12-hour daily drive, then the money stops and the opportunity ends. How long do you do your 12-hour daily drive? How much
50?
Money do you need before you stop? 50 of them?
No, $50K a day is
yes.
And it's all subsequent days. Any day you don't do it,
you miss a day and the door's closed.
Okay. Easily a year.
A year you would do 12 hours a day?
I'm from the Midwest. It's a joke. I'd be flying through that. I've done 12-hour drives on my head, and if I'm being paid $50,000, I've drove 12 hours to spend thousands of dollars.
Honestly, I think
do this.
Go 4 miles an hour. They just put that baby in idle, head one direction for like 11 hours and come home in 1.
You've thought about this. That's actually a really good idea.
There's no reason to go to like California every day.
Yeah, cruise control on the highway at 28. Just idling effectively, and then you just turn around, zoot at home. Yeah, the $50K a day, like checking my bank account with an extra 50 every single day. Like, I feel like my loved ones, everyone would understand. They'd be like, "Oh, is Taylor coming to this wedding?" No, he's not. He's got to drive 12 hours a day for 50 grand. Oh, yeah, he definitely needs to keep doing that. I hope he keeps doing it for a while. That's life-changing generational money. Like, if I did that for 1 full year.
I did the math. It's just over $18 million.
Yeah, I do that for 1 year, and I have generational wealth for my hopefully future kids, family. So, yeah, at least a year. I would be in grind mode.
Let me catch you up, Kyle. Hypothetical question. $50,000 for doing a 12-hour round trip. Every day is $50,000. But if for some reason you don't complete the 12-hour round trip, the opportunity ends, the door is closed. There is no tomorrow on this. How many days in a row? How much money do you need before you stop enduring this 12-hour round trip every day?
It's a car drive?
Yeah. I guess you can take a bike if you want. I don't know.
Do I have to drive?
You do have to drive, yeah.
It's God, for $50K though, dude. A day.
You can have a passenger.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I try to do, I would want to know more about the logistics, but for the sake of entertainment, what I would try to do is get a large, comfortable to drive vehicle. And I mean, since it's your job and you make $50,000, $1.5 million a year or so now.
So
18 million.
That math is so off.
18 million a year.
You didn't factor in me not being good at math right now.
I was trying to help you. I didn't mean to.
It's a whole bunch of money. $50,000 a day. Yeah. So you can just have your spouse, your whole family in your like motorhome potentially, or at least like a Sprinter van pimped out back there. So maybe it handles traffic better. But man, you'd go for a long time. I guess you just consider yourself a very well-employed truck driver until you had enough stuck away, I guess. Or
You're
maybe just
my number was so much lower. I feel like I'm like 3 million. What is that? 60 days? Did I do my math right? You do this for 2 months and you have enough? I know 18 million feels even more comfortable. It'd be hard to stop. It'd be hard to
I'd want to have enough money that I could spend like a fool on nonsense the rest of my life, but also have enough that I was giving an enormous sum to my kids.
Are you sure it's 18 million? I don't.
Woody just put it in the calculator app.
And Taylor, I'm sorry, and Zach came up with the same number.
Well, I hate to argue with calculators.
Because think about it. If it was $100,000 a day, it would be 36.5 million total, right?
Indeed. Well, I think you would just make it. There would be something about quitting that would seem wrong. Like it would be like, are you sure you don't want to just drive again tomorrow? You've done it 1,800 times in a row. Why not one more?
Well, like let's say you did it 300 times in a row, right? And you're what is that? That's incalculable. Nobody knows how much money that is. But you have $15 million. With $15 million, do you really have to wake up and earn 50,000 today?
But you could imagine like telling your wife, you're like, you know what? I'm going to get that fucking Bugatti. I'm going to get that $2 million Bugatti. She said, whoa. Then we're down to 13 milli. How about you drive for another month, big fella? Then you can have your Bugatti. And like while you're driving to earn your Bugatti, you've got like your screen right there where you're clearly watching your shows. Well, you've done this drive 300 times in a row. You can watch a show while you do it. So you're just finding more things to spend your money. Oh, a yacht? Ooh, I could do. Oh, it's easy to sail the Atlantic when you have staff. like that would be appealing after a while, right? Like 15 million is a ton of money, but imagine what kind of boat you could buy for 15 million.
Yeah, but then on the flip side of that, though, there becomes a trap because like that's what happens with like athletes is even if they think they're being responsible with their money, they're not, because that mansion they bought, there's tax, that fucking cars tax, boat tax. Like it gets to a point where I feel like it would get to a point where you're like, all right, now I'm driving just to maintain, not even to get.
Right?
Yeah,
Are you working for your stuff, or is your stuff working for you? Like it
yeah.
You wouldn't want to just buy $15 million worth of stuff, obviously. But no, that's a hard one. I think I would, even call it 50 million that you've stuck away. Man, it's hard to throw away another 50,000.
50 million.
Actually, you know what? Time out.
Right?
I'm thinking about what the interest is earning me at this point per day.
Right?
It doesn't make any sense to drive my route anymore.
Yeah.
That's probably when I do it. Like figure that math out for me, calculator man. At what point would my interest be 50 grand a day?
That's incalculable.
That can't be done, Kyle. You're asking an impossibility.
Well, I'm going to need you to multiply several figures. There may even be, shocker, a bit of long division. But no letters will come in.
I've never had to long divide in adult life. It was a fucking lie.
Really?
Total lie.
Never like needed a lot of gravel or a bunch of boards or something?
I mean, you just pull up your phone or a calculator.
Oh, you mean on like,
like hand pen to paper doing that.
No, haven't done it. Haven't done it in a very, very long time. Probably last time I was like doing sheetrock or something, like literally on a construction type thing, and it was before cell phones had calculators.
Yeah, so a long time. So you do it for how long, Scott? The drive?
I don't know. Me, like I'm not extravagant, so my main concern would be like, can I buy an okay house and then like just like shut the fuck up and never talk to anybody again? Probably like I'd say at least a month. I'd sacrifice a month.
Yeah, so you'd get 1.5 mil in that month. But I feel like you'd get addicted to it a bit at that point, where you'd be like, what am I? In my head, I'd be thinking, what am I going to do in the next 12 hours here that I won't regret at the end of that 12 hours, knowing I left 50 grand on the table? And I feel
the ability to go back to that well.
Yeah, that would energize me in a big way to be like, what? I'm going to play Age of Empires for 12 hours. What? I'm going to watch The Office for 12 hours. No, I'm going to hate myself at the end of the day, knowing this golden goose just flew away. And
again,
I lost 50 grand.
And again, depending on the logistics, like once you've been doing this drive every single day for 12, you get pretty good at it. You know the way, you'd figure it out.
How far do you think I'm going? I'm going 1 mile an hour. That's my strategy.
Yeah. No, Woody
had 12 hours, not 1,000 miles.
Yeah, Woody had the highest IQ strategy of all. You're just idling around your neighborhood.
Yeah.
I promise you, whoever's writing the checks is going to put the kibosh on that on day one. They're like, actually, no. Into the contract. Yeah, we're breaking our infinite money contract. I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to take us to court.
That's what I'm doing. It's at 12 hours.
Yeah, I'd be down for that for quite some time. Yeah, that would be that would actually be kind of, you'd have your own reality show very quickly. You realize that, right? Like you'd be a celebrity. You'd be the guy who gets paid.
Ever. Watching Woody listen to Beatles songs.
You would have to Why would that be the show? Jesus Christ!
Why'd he do 12 hours if I'm a Barbie girl? I was in a mood.
No, I meant you driving
this
a
idiot's
motorhome.
just listening to old Opie and Anthony again, and we can't let any of it be heard on network television because there's a lot of slurs.
You have a motorhome full of characters, and you know you're getting $50,000 a day, so you can afford to be like lavish with the way you motivate them to do silly shit back there. You can have a great time.
Wasn't that like
you're getting increasingly larger motorhomes?
Wasn't that an IP2 or IP? What is Ice Poseidon's like network thing? Didn't they do that?
Yeah. And Only Use Me
IP3
Blade for a long
like
time, like just rode around and streamed from his RV. I think he still might.
He might still be RV streaming.
It's the love of the road. It keeps him at it.
So love of the road. He's a rambling man.
So all he needs is an investor.
I can't tell. Do you know what he's really doing, or
I have no idea.
I mean, I don't want to
missing a subtle
speculate. If I had to guess, it wouldn't be a nice thing. Like last thing I saw of him was, and I don't even know how old it was, but it was like his wife. He was passed out in the RV in the background, and his wife is smoking cigarettes, burning them down. And and someone pays like $1 or $3 to do the text to speech, and they're like, whatever her name is, I'm gonna make it up. Ashley, you don't deserve this. You've got to get out of this toxic situation and run. You're a good person and you can have a good life, or something like that. And she starts sobbing.
Oh, that's not funny.
I wasn't saying it was.
Oh, I know, but I wouldn't watch that.
it's compelling
I'd be
content, though.
It's good
I would
stuff.
watch it.
I think that's old. I don't think he's been doing RV stuff for a while. I thought that he had actually quit drinking, but I don't know. I haven't followed up
Really?
with him at all. I don't know.
He did quit. He did quit and relax.
I'll put $5 saying he's still drinking.
I'm not taking that.
I'm not going to take that bet because I don't know what he's up to. But hopefully he's still not. And if you are not, big ups to you. Keep it up.
Yeah, I hope he's not. Just
odds are, I mean, he loves it.
he loves it.
I don't know anything about him, but
he's a good guy.
He's doing all right.
He didn't do anything to that lady in that back room of the RV. That's all.
I forgot about that.
That's all fibs. That's all fibs and fabrications.
I kind of forgot about that too. That is pretty fucking skeevy.
What? That didn't happen. He said, she said.
I don't want to relitigate it again, but it is on video.
You need a new topic? I think I need a new topic.
Oh, you want to talk about Dr. Disrespect for an hour? Let's pile on that patriot.
Yeah, we've gone in on the Blade situation enough. I don't know if anything's changed enough to relitigate.
Yeah, no, it hasn't. I'm just thinking about him in his RV and how he used to ride around and stream. But I don't even know if it was sad or funny, but it was one of those times when I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't know if it was a guilty laugh, if anything, but it was. They spray painted his face.
Oh, when he looked like Pepe, that was pretty funny.
No. There was two different occasions. The Pepe, if I remember correctly, and it's been a while, but they were painting his face with like airplane paint or something, like model paint, like paint that doesn't come off. But then there was another time, and maybe I dreamt this, but I'm pretty sure I saw it on one of their videos, where they like punctured the spray paint can so it would burst into his face all at once, and it was silver. I think they painted it.
Witness me.
Yeah, maybe that's what. Maybe it was after the movie. I could have sworn they did that. And I've also seen them urinate on him while he was passed out many a time. He's been pissed on a lot. But the thing is, this guy would wake up from an absolute drunken stupor, Scott, and his face would be painted, and he wouldn't know it. And like it would be painted like some stupid shit, like Pepe the Frog, like when he's completely green with big red lips, and he's belligerent because like they're already in like a fist fight because they're trying to finish their painting, and he doesn't know they began. He doesn't know they're like an hour.
I want him to walk in and gym challenge Scott.
They're trying to finish their work there on the half of his face. This was okay. That's the white stuff. Okay,
is that?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's Brian Russo.
That's the same man. Yeah, that's Blade.
He looks different.
I mean, it's a blurry photo, and he's been face painted.
Yeah. He's been smacked in the face with silver.
It looks like he's been bludgeoned and then sprayed with silver paint.
Some of these people he's hanging out with, or in that time at least, bad
They're not true
influences.
friends.
They're not
None
true
of them-
friends.
Yeah. It was
true
like that.
friend won't paint your blackout face like Pepe with acrylic paint and then have you wake up.
It was a similar thing to the Ice Poseidon thing, where he had like lots of people were seeing that you could do this live streamer, be a wild man thing, and like gain a following. And what would happen is people would donate to one of the goofballs that just happened to be there in the van to like do shit. So I'm sure they didn't paint his face for free. You know, like someone was probably like, paint him like Pepe, I'll give you $20. Somebody's probably like, I'll give you 22. I guarantee something like that went down before they painted that man's face. So
have you ever seen those movies, like horror movies, where it's like, oh, they kidnap a girl or a couple or something, and then they have them locked in a place, and there's a bunch of billionaires or shady individuals around that are viewing them and like paying to do fucked up shit, like almost another version of Hostel. When I was in my big phase of watching bad horror, that was a trope I found a lot. And it's like a much lower level of that, where it's people watching Blade blackout drunk and being like, here's $30. Paint him like Pepe. Yes, that brings
right
me much
away.
money.
It's compelling content, honestly, but he would be so blackout drunk he couldn't defend himself. That was the problem. And then he kept doing it over and over. And then his toes started to rot off. And then he quit drinking for a little while till the toe healed up at least a little. And then he went back to drinking. And then I don't know what he's up to these days. Always wish him well. I don't think he raped that girl. That's Woody.
That is the fucking. That is such a
I
Woody
don't want
thing.
it to be true.
I don't want it to be true. Neither does she.
No, based on the video evidence,
she says that every day. I don't want it to be true, but make it go away.
Yeah, she can't be around frogs. Goes to the zoo. Are you ready for the amphibian exhibit? Not yet.
Not even that. Sesame Street comes on and she breaks into tears.
Yeah. Oscar really is a grouch. Dangerous. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, that's not funny at all.
All right. Wildly different topic. I've had this one queued up. What is a mundane thing that you find super attractive? So this is a Reddit thing, and the top one was when a woman snorts when she laughs and then gets embarrassed. And I was like, oh, actually,
a bunch of losers.
Charming.
What a bunch of losers on Reddit.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm in that loser list because I was like, yeah, that like when I see that, like the snort, laugh, embarrassed, like that's a charming thing to me in a girl.
Ah,
what other kind of shit were these Redditors saying? What were their other good answers?
Here's a woman who said men building or fixing things they find really attractive. Glasses on guys.
Oh, a smart person. There.
When she wears my hoodie. Here's mine,
chokers.
kind of. Having a pat. Oh, that's a good one, too.
Chokers. Big fan of chokers.
When
yeah.
his vision is worse than -8. Yeah. Is that
when he's got red hair?
Yeah. When he's an MMA fighter.
I like I don't even know how to describe it, but when a girl has her hair and it does that, like a coif on the front. Not
one, Zach.
Oh man, I wish I had like an example, but like almost like if you were to like do a comb over with like,
but it gets
a
tall.
dude's hair, yeah, but like it's with the girl's hair. There's just something about.
What was that movie? What About Mary, where she put the cum in her hair? Like she kind of had that going on.
Yeah,
that's a big one too. That's a big one too.
Cum in their hair.
You like big hair. You're an '80s man.
Kinda. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I like that look on a modern girl though. Like,
That's it,
no,
right?
no,
Yes.
no, not that.
That's exactly what he was talking about. So thank you.
But kinda. Kinda. No,
So
but
you-
kinda.
You like big hair.
I guess that's just the way. Yeah, I'm gonna have to let it be because I can't describe it otherwise. You know.
I like
Yeah.
chokers. I like hosiery. You know, any sort of hosiery. I don't like a.
Fucking A.
No, probably shouldn't say that. That's awful.
Probably shouldn't say that. Well,
Not quite.
I was about to start naming groups of people. No,
Zach, is this what he's going for? Put it up there and see if it fits.
trying to think of something mundane,
yeah.
something boring.
Is that the hair you like?
Yeah. That's kind of, yeah. I love the hell out of that.
That woman looked good with no hair. That's sort of cheating.
Yeah,
but
she was pretty.
he
Would you
did
date
like
a bald woman, Taylor?
elevation thing.
Could you
to it.
date a bald
Yeah.
woman?
No,
You couldn't date a bald woman.
It
I would.
depends.
I would.
woman?
I prefer not to. You'd have to have a lot of good traits to overcome being bald.
She does. She has them.
Oh, okay, then yes.
I'll be honest with
She
you.
has great
That
traits.
from
Those
Fish
traits
Tank
can-
season 2, Taylor, very pretty girl. All right, but
Somebody
like
one of the
when
Wakanda bitches.
when she shaved her head, I was like, I actually think she's rocking the fuck out of that right now.
Okay.
So you're
Yeah.
okay with it. You like a little bit of American History X in your woman.
Just a little bit, just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, my preference would not be bald. Like, just like my preference is not short hair. Anytime I'm dating a girl and she's like, I'm thinking about doing this cut that my friend Jessica said was so cute, and it's like some bob, I'm always like, no, that's a bad move.
Like a
Don't
pixie
do that.
cut.
No,
Like
none of that.
Or maybe like what you've got going on, just like same haircut. That'd be cool.
It starts
like
with
that.
the bob,
No,
and
too
then
short?
soon she's like,
I wouldn't fuck
she's
me.
like, hey, I want to do a new class, and then eventually she's like, I think it's really fucked up. You expect me to like do dishes when you cook. It's like it just gets worse and worse.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Remember
like
when
that.
Jerry dated the girl that looked just like him?
Yeah, and they were the same. That was a good episode.
I think
I don't know
really
about
short
mundane.
hair or bald hair. These are things that need to be overcome in other areas, right? If a chick had Taylor's hair, she'd have to be pretty smoking in other categories.
Yeah, so she need my body too.
yes.
Yeah, very hair, dude. My belly button, Woody, would drive you wild
Tell
with
me
the,
more.
the amount of hair all over it.
How often do you clean that thing out? Do you get in there good?
I mean, I shower like a normal adult. Every
So
once in
you're
a while,
telling me
you
that-
pop
that-
one in there, pop a finger in, clean.
Oh dear. Okay, you got to get in there. You need a deep clean. This is like somebody who's never changed the air filters in their car. Like you got to get in there stat.
I remember
and
you brought this up years ago, and I was like, because you
Filled
said
with-
something that was like almost telling on yourself, where you're like, you guys know where you stick your finger in your belly button and it smells rancid, and I'm like, oh my god, is this a problem I have? And then I went in the bathroom. Next time I was showering, gave it the old whoop-de-doo in there, scrubbed it around, and there was no grime, no muck, no fuss, no muss.
That's not what I said.
my
What I
butt.
said is you got to sit down on a mission. You're going to need some Q-tips. You're going to need some like hydrogen peroxide or something. You got to get in there and you got to like go through the folds and go. Now, if you got an Audi and you're one of those creeps, then I got nothing for you. You've already been cursed at birth. You probably have an uncut penis as well, you gross bastard.
I have an innie.
But I'm going in deep in there, and I'm like looking through the folds and like rubbing around. And I got so many messages from people that were like, Kyle, I did what you said. My God, the things that came out of my belly button, you wouldn't believe.
People are saying belly button issues like mine are very common.
Everyone's talking about it. A lot of people don't know. You're actually supposed to clean this all the time. No, really, folks. Really. You get in there. It smells
All
like
these
a dead-
people are
smells-
not
it smells like a
imaginary.
dead possum in there, folks. Get in there. Clean it up.
What I'm saying is a cursory little like rub down or a finger occasionally isn't enough. You got to go in for a deep clean at least every year or so. You got
What
to
are you
get in
doing?
there.
Do you eat on your belly like an otter or something that you're getting
There
so
are,
much
there's
shit
gonna
in
be
there?
clumps. There're gonna be hairballs in there. You look. You wait. This is the thing though. You'll joke about it now, but then you'll start thinking about it in a day or two, and you'll be like, man, I hope there's not.
Usually,
like
like,
hairballs
if I feel something like awry
Amiss?
in my belly button, it's usually a bit of fuzz, and I pull that out. But it's like I feel it, like it came off my shirt.
You're gonna need a light.
Kyle got me
Nah.
scared. He's like, "Oh my god, your belly button's
I'm not
disgusting. You
kidding.
don't even know it." So I start digging. I start cleaning, and it's all crusty. I was like, "Oh, that's only semen."
Oh
Yeah.
God,
That's only Enrique's cum. That's
Jesus, Enrique, lighten up on the lock and load. It's so viscous and pearlescent.
Mm.
Oh, it looks like a fishing lure.
Yeah,
Oh.
you got to keep your belly button clean. That's fair. That's good advice. That's what we're all about here. Good advice.
Get in there deep, boys, and do it before you get some kind of belly button rot. Don't listen to Taylor. Taylor's going to go home tonight from his studio there, and he's going to go deep, and he's gonna go long until he gets. And what's going to happen is he's immediately going to be like, "Oh no, oh no." You're going to need a light. You might need a partner.
Does YouTube do
Might need a
surveys?
pickaxe.
Doesn't YouTube have a survey feature that can pop up? I would love it if we could ask people if Kyle gave great advice and your belly button was treacherous, or if he told on himself.
Yeah, and what I want to know
belly
is
buttons are not rancid.
I didn't say I have a rancid belly button. I'm saying I had some junk in there. I had like lots of like belly hairs were like down in there, hanging out loose, like lots of them. And like the deeper I went, it's like you've been in here for too long.
You know how nose hair is actually to like keep debris out of your nose.
Oh,
like
get out of here with that.
So I think you're a lithe, hairless bellied man, and so you don't have the defensive structure that I have, which is a huge thicket of hair that almost covers me like a dome.
Those hairs that sort of go in like a Snarlack pit. Zach, show me a Snarlack pit. Not the Snarlack. What's the one in the desert, Woody, that ate Mando?
The Snarlack pit.
Oh yeah.
No, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even I know that.
Show us that. That's what your belly button is. But mine is just there's hair there though. That's where I do have body hair. And like those hairs like break off and fall in there like a Snarlack pit, and you got to go retrieve them bitches. That's Taylor's belly button.
Yeah, fair.
Snarlack. I thought it was
the Snarlack pit.
Snarlack.
I just googled it. I didn't know all.
You're not even a real fucking Star Wars guy.
I'm not at all. I hate that shit. It's awful. It's awful. I despise it. The Acolyte has bombed so bad. It's the ratings are so atrocious. I haven't watched it
about that a little bit because you're like hoping it leads to a better show. Because I know you like the Star Wars universe.
No. I hate. No. It'll never be good again. What I hate. I hate all the. I enjoyed the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian. I enjoyed at least I like the first. I don't like the whole original trilogy from the 70s or whatever. At the end of the third one, when all those little teddy bears jump in the mix, it's like they lose me. But the rest of that shit is pretty fucking good. I think the prequels are trash. I can't get into it. It's like the Republic and the Empire, all this political stuff behind the scenes. So you got to be like an old fogey to enjoy politics, or you got to be a kid to enjoy pod racing. And I'm neither, I hope. And like, those are garbage fucking movies. Fuck all that shit. And the TV shows mostly suck. The Han Solo show was garbage. The one where there was like a detective thing going on, I should give that a second shot. I hear it's very good. I was probably in a bad mood when I watched it.
Andor
is supposed to be quite good. I didn't give it enough of a shot.
I don't like it. I'm in the minority.
Fair. But this new show, Acolyte, where they've got like a band of lesbian black space witches using the Force, and like every character is a DEI hire. And then that lady, I can't remember her fucking name, that
Princess Leia.
That's the lady who works for Disney, who's like the responsible for this mess. It's apparently awful. I'm watching reviews of it, but I'm not going to watch it because I know it'll just Acolyte, Acolyte. I'd love to know what the Rotten Tomatoes score is currently.
Oh, I think I found her name. Would you know it if you heard it?
Yeah. No, I was thinking. No, no, I'm thinking about the lady at Disney who's like the South Park made the whole episode about. She's the one who's Cartman's and impersonating, saying put a chick in it, make it lame and gay.
This woman, Leslie Headland, is the writer, director, and creator of the Star Wars series Acolyte.
Yeah, but
she's not doing a good job apparently.
I mean, she probably delivered exactly what she promised. It's the person making the decision at Disney that I aim my anger at. She's the Kimberly, what's her name, of the Secret Service. She's the one at the head of this pyramid of shit.
You know what we need more of?
What's
Mel
that?
Gibson.
Goddamn right. I want Mel Gibson to make Braveheart 2.
Give me more Mel.
Yes.
Is he too old? What's he like now?
I think he's still a very fit, like 60-something-year-old guy. Yeah, he's like a TRT old guy, so he still looks good.
Braveheart 2 is an IRA movie.
Yes.
He's doing car bombs for the cause.
Yes.
Being eviscerated by the fucking king at the end. That'd be good. I'd watch it. Mel Gibson, his movies tend to be fucking good. Like, he does a pretty good job. Like, Apocalypto was sweet. Passion of the Christ was good.
Those are
what else does he have?
Does he need to start?
All right. So I love
from director point of view.
So I love from director point of view. I don't know what all he's directed, but as far as his
Hacksaw Ridge.
I tried to watch Lethal Weapon the other day, and I hate cops so fucking much now. I couldn't watch it. They're like pieces of shit cops. They're like always breaking the law and like roughing people up and like just scaring civilians for no reason. I hate those movies now, the Lethal Weapon movies, but I still love like the fucking Patriot is so good. It's long as shit, but I really love the Patriot.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
I like a movie called Payback, which is actually Lucy Liu's like film debut. She's a dominatrix in that, super sexy. And Mel Gibson plays this character Porter who wants his money back. He's like betrayed by his partner. The partner took his money, paid it to some higher up mob guys, and he's holding everyone accountable for her. Like it's a small sum of money in the scheme of things. It's like $60,000, and this guy's like, my suits cost more than that you just destroyed. $60,000. Like they don't understand. That's a really good one. That's one of my favorites of his. That's like not one of those blockbusters he did.
There's one he did with Vince Vaughn, like Dragged Across Concrete or something like that, where they both play semi crooked cops, and that was pretty good. Didn't blow me away the way like The Patriot or Braveheart or Apocalypto did, but still solid.
Are you psyched for some new Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings movies?
I am hesitant to be excited at all because they have just shit on the Lord of the Rings franchise since the original trilogy. The Hobbit was a total bullshit bastardization. They ruined it. Did not like that one bit. They did that Amazon TV show where they just, apparently Tolkien's world isn't deep enough. They have to invent characters and plot lines. How about you just be true to the lore and give, because you know who like the biggest Lord of the Rings fans are? It's fucking idiots like me. That's who like wants to watch a Lord of the Rings show a lot. And so when you alienate retards like me by being like, oh, we're just going to invent new characters. Legolas is going to have a fucking girlfriend. It's like, no, none of this. There should be no women. No
Legolas
women
is too fucking old. I don't want to see Orlando Bloom.
Galadriel should be in it if they're doing a prequel, but then they ruined Galadriel by making her a warrior queen. That's not where her source of power ever arose.
She's a bad bitch now.
She was a bad bitch, but not in a physical fighty way.
Now she's got armor and a sword.
She was smart. She was astute. She was like a strategist.
She told an orc to suck her dick.
She's gonna come back and do like Hot Girl Summer.
Not really. That'd be great though, right? That'd be like
Hot Girl. Galadriel will always be Kate Blanchett to me. No one else can be Galadriel. She did such a good job.
That's an odd-looking woman who I find very attractive. Maybe it's just when she's Galadriel, though. I think I have a thing for the elf ears or something. That's what do you say? A mundane thing that makes women immediately attractive.
Elf ears. You see that all the time.
If they have lineage of the forest folk.
Yeah, I guess the mundane thing. They're into Lord of the Rings. I would like that. They're into my brand of like nerdy fantasy.
Passionate about a hobby, I think, is cool. When they just can't get enough. When they were wishing they were doing that hobby right now, I think that's neat in a girl.
That's a good call. That's you articulated that well too. Like no, because it's also an indicator of like this isn't someone who's trying to use you to replace everything else in their life. Like they have other stuff going on. Like they want to cook. They want to be really good at fucking sewing. They want to be bad They want to be bad drivers. They want to.
As soon as you said cook, I was like, that's the first thing.
Yeah,
like,
they like
an industrious woman who goes out. And she
my
makes
girlfriend
something
can't get enough of cleaning.
She irons the fuck out of my shirts. And going.
No, like it really depends on the hobby though too, because like I've tried to date MMA girls in the past, and they always have a screw loose. So it's like I've learned like as cute as she is, as much as I'm like, oh, she likes this too, dude. Totally, we're made for each other. No, we're not. We're not.
You ever seen anybody else in MMA or anything like that to groom somebody like Pat Barry did that little girl?
I haven't seen it, but there's definitely like situations where it's like, oh, like you can tell like the instructor's digging this chick, vice versa. You know, that's kind of like a meme in the MMA world though, is like, and I'm gonna sound like an asshole for saying it because it's like, oh, but the coach they technically have the power. But there's a lot of women out there that will sleep with their instructors for free training. Like it's like you cannot show me a single woman who's not a lesbian.
I did that.
You did? You slept with your instructor?
Yeah. Was he cool about it though?
I mean, it was his idea. You know, I didn't learn anything. I was on bottom like the whole time.
I have a question, Scott. MMA girls. I didn't even think to ask. Like, okay, do they bang awesome? Like, I have a theory that guys who are into wrestling, like who study MMA, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, don't care. We're the same guys who are like a little more likely to wrestle their friends. They're just like physical people, and maybe more likely to enjoy dancing. I don't know. Like this is just the kind of movement they like. Do girls that like this stuff love to bang? Are they just cuddlers? fuckers? I don't know. Tell me.
I mean, I think it really depends, you know. Like, I think it makes you more agile, you know, for sure. And that can translate. But
for sure, you're going to tell me their love language was physical. They're like, that's what
they love head kicks, you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm disappointed.
Nah, I mean, I've only been with 2 women who train, and I mean, like, one of them was a really good lay, the other one was like, you know, nothing to write home about, nothing to tell PKA about, you know.
Yeah, so that might mirror a non-MMA girl experience. Some are great, some are not.
Yeah. Okay. It depends, you know.
I wonder what hobby has like a really high success rate of girls who are great in bed. Like, are surfer girls typically great in bed? Are gymnasts typically ballerinas? Kyle, you don't think there could be any association?
I think this is just crazy talk. Like, what do we have? Judges? It being good at bed is subjective, right? Like one person might want some. I think what you are asking is, are girls who are into like combat sports, physical sports, into banging hard? Are they into athletic fucking where they're bouncing around like a jackrabbit? Are they gonna take my dick to places it's never been before? Is that how it is? You ever fuck one of them chicks that pole vaults? Anything like that? Tell me about it. So I think
he's not wrong
across the board. I think, but in reality, what I think you would find is that like people are gonna fuck like how they fuck, regardless of, you know, whether they're a pole vaulter. I always imagine that those people who are like professional athletes don't have time to like be getting after it and developing a whole like kink structure and a repertoire of sexual movements because they spend their lives training 12 hours a day or some shit, and they're tired all the time. But no, I'm done.
Oh, my bad. Fucking that's like one thing I was gonna mention is like, I think if there was like a specific hobby or whatever, it would be like freak spiritualist yoga chicks, because like they're the exact types who would sit there and be like, this is the best way to honor your man's penis with your mouth. Like that. That's like they would actually,
or a porn star. I think maybe like, wouldn't that be the worst if you dated a porn star and she was like, you know, I do all that rough stuff at work, honey. Here, I just want to, you know, I'm actually so sore that I really take it easy tonight. This is nice and let's cuddle. I
can't fuck. I have a pussy ache.
Yeah. I think Curtis Blades is taking on Tom Aspinall this weekend, and the winner of that is supposedly, according to Dana, you know how it goes though, going to fight the winner of Jones versus Stipe. Now, I think that's a bunch of hogwash from Dana White, because if Jones beats Stipe, he may retire. If Stipe beats Jones, no matter what happens, Stipe is going to retire. And but I think Tom Aspinall is going to take this one down. Have you been following him on social media and seeing what he's doing with soaking his hands in gasoline?
I didn't understand why he was soaking his hands.
He's like hardening the skin.
Yeah.
He says, I know, right? You wear gloves and hand wraps.
Yeah, and also
vinegar, I think.
It cracks the skin, doesn't it? I mean, I used to get gas on my hands every day because I was a bad mechanic.
But he does it every night. I've seen him doing it like in videos. He's like soaking his fists at night. But anyway, that's a pretty good card this weekend. I'm definitely going to be in the Discord watching it. Oh, the Hangout is this weekend. Anyone wants to join our Patreon down below? We do our monthly Hangouts. We usually play some word games and shit. And I've been saying what I really want is to. It's a little program I call Make Taylor Awkward Again. I need, if anybody knows like an OnlyFans model, porn star, someone who's just a free spirit and wants 25 dudes to watch them bang. Just hit us up. We'll get you a free ticket in, and we just want you to put on a little performance for Taylor and the boys, you know, in our $50 hangout this weekend. Or, you know, we'd be free on Sunday afternoon or Tuesday evening.
Be the first to say, don't.
See?
Don't do that.
Do it.
What
his don't is genuine because he has nothing to gain from this plan going to fruition.
I have nothing to gain. I only have something to lose because it was so uncomfortable trying to fucking give out clues for code names in the group while some guy's fucking a girl in a sex swing in the other camera.
Why would you not want people having sex in the hangout?
In our hangout.
Because they're not even contributing. They're not even guessing.
Jeez, the clue glue master. Let her alone.
She's about to be the goo master.
We're playing Hangman, and she just keeps giving out the clue. Oh. Jesus, pick another letter, bitch.
Yeah. No, I'm visibly uncomfortable when. And by the way,
because we've had that happen.
It's not just me. There's lots of other members of the call.
Not true. It's 25 dudes going, woo, fuck her in the ass, and Taylor over there like, hey, you guys want to play some canasta, something like that, a card game?
Let me tell you about Jesus.
Oh, he gets very.
I'd rather play Scriblio.
But that's what happened, Scott. Like in our hangout, basically, like the people that donate to our Patreon, there's a tier of it. It's $50 a month, and they, among other things, they get to hang out with us for like 2 hours, and usually stretches up to 4 hours because if the room's big enough. Anywho, like there was a couple in there. There was a guy in there, and his girlfriend was always there with him because she was a fan too. And I don't remember how it came up, but they just started fucking and really putting on a show.
In the course of a few months, right? Like first she would, for example, just sit there topless the whole time.
Oh yeah,
on the call, and eventually, she banged him.
That's right. Yeah. That's one, and I hope you don't mind me telling the story.
That's why only adults.
I know it annoys. I know it annoys you, and rightfully so. But since it wasn't that hurtful, it tickles me so much. But the same guy who was fucking the girl and putting on the sex show, and buddy, if you're out there, I don't mean this in a bad way. It's just hilarious what happened, and this all is true. He had a car accident, and he was out of work, and we really, we're hanging out with this guy for 2 to 4 hours a weekend for weeks, now, and thought him as a friend, and I like the guy, so he was a friend, I guess. And Woody was like, "Oh, that's terrible. You're out of work, and you got all these bills from your car accident. I'm going to put on a live stream and raise money for you." Woody doesn't want to do a live stream. What?
I paid more than anyone for the record. Like some people donated a lot, like $100, $200. I paid all the PayPal fees. Yeah. It was like hundreds of dollars.
You paid a third of everything that was donated. Just
a guy in our another one of the $50 Discord, $50 guys, Fish, $200, I think, maybe a little like $200 or $300. And this is a working man, a young guy. This is like hard earned money that he's giving, and everybody donated. It was a good thing, and I love that this spontaneous thing had helped this guy who was our friend out. You know what he did with the money? He had like, I don't know, $1,200 or something.
More.
Didn't he buy a Sibian?
He bought the same Sibian that I have. He was like, "Check it out, Kyle. I got the Sibian Pussy Fucker 3000, just like you. Do you have any advice for attachments?" And those attachments are expensive. I'm linking them to him. I'm like, "Yeah, get this one and get that one. That thing's wild." He's like, I don't want to put words. I'm pretty sure he got the one that has the app control. It's like an extra $100.
It's like how my smoker works.
I'm using the dial. I'm a man. But it's and for those who don't know, the Sibian is like a ridiculous saddle you ride that has a 20 horsepower motor powering a vibrator in it. It's just a ridiculous sex toy. It's a good time. Motor Bunny is my Sibian of choice if anyone out there is in the market.
But it's not something you tend to buy.
But Woody found out that he had put on this fundraiser doing something he didn't want to do and coming out of his own pocket for a guy. And this guy took the money and went and bought a big fucking sex toy.
Holy shit, man.
It is so shitty.
It is. Woody was doing his best to be a good man. And
he was
out.
like, I think he had a car accident and he lost his job at the same time. And he was like on the verge of being homeless. So he says, and he's one step away from a guy lying about cancer.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like, dude, I got one quick idea to save. I got one quick idea to save you $50 a month. Like I get one quick idea there, and then I can save you $5,000 a month by not buying a state-of-the-art masturbation machine from Korea or wherever they're manufactured. Shout out to that guy. Don't fuck your girlfriend on the call again, please,
dude. Come back, lay it into her. If you got any new toys,
you owe it to me.
Woody, like a fuck.
You know what? Actually, I would be totally fine with this happening again if we can bring Scriblio back.
Absolutely not. There will be no Scriblio unless what we're actually going to do. I want to play hangman on the girl's body. Her boyfriend will draw the hangman. He'll fill in the letters. This will be great. This way, Taylor has to focus on the nudity.
That's true. I will want to win.
I have a hangman word I always break out. Fucking smashes people. No.
What is it?
No.
Oh, give it away. Come on.
I'm not telling you.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
I'm hoping this comes to fruition. I can't lose it. I've only got one good word.
I hope that it's man. I hope that I dominate it if we ever do. Let's play Hangman in the Hangout.
I know I had a couple of Hangman
the lamest.
How cool! Oh man, you guys on the tour as well? All three of us?
Yeah. What would be a good word for Hangman? Something with like syntax.
Who cares?
Would syntax be good?
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Something with like an X in it. Something that starts with an X. Because how many people would think of an X word?
Yeah. But then if they figure out that it has an X in it, there's only like two.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, all right, is it xylophone? No.
Then it's X-ray.
Then it's xenophobe or whatever the fuck. Oh damn, we're giving away all our good hangmans.
My word's better.
Really? Man, I actually remind us to bring this up because I'm like genuinely curious. Like I want to play against
any
Woody's
word with a
Hangman
double
word.
Z. Jazz, fizz, fuzz. Those are the hardest words.
Dude, you don't want to bank on double Z's.
You absolutely do. I just Googled it. Those are the hardest words in there.
Really? There's like a ranking?
4-letter double Z words. Yeah.
Interesting.
Wouldn't it be on Wouldn't it be based on rule set though?
I would imagine. I don't know. I didn't know the word. I haven't played Hangman since a kid. I had no idea that anyone played it as an adult, and certainly no idea that there was a strategy to playing it as an adult.
I didn't either. But now that you said the double Z thing, it kind of makes sense. Like if you said jazz, and I already have JA, Z is going to be so far down the list of things I'm likely to get. Is it okay? C, maybe it's Jack. You know, maybe it's jail. Like you would go through everything before you got to. Yeah. Okay. All right. I see where the tactics.
But anyway, we'll play Hangman on your girlfriend's pussy or you know whatever. That'd be great.
Yeah, or we don't have to.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we find an OnlyFans model to partner with, and that way, you know, we can direct traffic to you via, you know, it's going to be a room full of 25 people who paid $50 to hang out with us. Okay, just imagine what they paid to hang out with you. It's crazy.
That's true. Yeah,
it just makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather
target rich environment.
I'd rather be around the sex show than when there are big fights and yelling in there. I dislike that.
I love that. I love when Woody snaps on. I like when I snap.
I like it when Kyle does it. I like it when
Woody or
other people
Kyle-
snap. And usually I want to snap, and I just didn't snap faster than the other guy.
Woody and Kyle will snap on people for something, and I'm like, let's all just let's get along, guys.
See, it wears on you. It's like what it is. There's 25 of us, and we're in there for 4 fucking hours, and it's like, man, you've been annoying me for 3 hours. I usually don't spend that long with anyone, you know, that aren't people I love. And here I am with you, and you've spent every second of that 3 hours not just annoying me personally, but like ruining the flow of the conversation, being rude to people, being your own brand of an asshole, you know. And it's after a while, I'm just like, dude, I think I told somebody recently they're the worst person I've ever met or something like that. It's like, you're awful. I can't take one more second of you. I'm going to turn his volume all the way down. I don't mute them because I deem my problem to be my problem. Like if they're upsetting me, it's not like they went and like called somebody a slur or something, which is kind of like, I'm going to tolerate that.
Of course.
You need to yell.
Of course.
It's a public service. And you're doing them a favor. They're going to
just turn them down
going forward.
Because I don't need to hear it, but I don't want to like deprive them of their ability to speak. Woody is like the fascist red fist. He comes down with that fucking mute hammer. He'll mute them immediately, and then like he doesn't come back for a month. So it's like I gotta me or Scum or somebody has to go through and like, oh, sorry about that. We'll get you back.
Dude,
if they stay in the call, they get unmuted a few minutes later. But sometimes they leave the call. They're like, "What's the person being in here muted?" And
it's like a fish getting off the. It's like a fish breaking the line. The hook's still in, and he's gone.
Yeah. And I don't mute them. That's not the first thing I do typically. Typically, there's like it escalates to that.
You'll call him a slur.
Yeah.
Moon cricket is his favorite.
Yep.
Is that a slur?
Yes, it is.
For white people?
Not for whites.
No.
But it's moon. Like I picture a full moon.
They don't have any good ones on us yet. They'll come up with one. They've got their scientists in a lab coming up with a good white slur, but there's no good ones yet.
Yeah. I mean, you don't like cracker?
Like it's the most who gives a fuck like thing.
You're calling me a slave owner.
Yeah.
White bread?
Like, oh man.
Like, oh, I'm a whip cracker. Like what? No, I'm not. That's ridiculous. And then that's it.
That's the
Is
best
that
way
what it
to.
means?
I think so.
Yeah,
Is that not right?
That's what I think it is. Yeah.
Or is it like a saltine bland insult?
That's what I always thought it was. I thought it was just like a white.
What was your?
I thought it was. I thought it was like saltine bland thing, but then I saw something online years ago that was like, no, it means like whip cracker. Like you're cracking a whip, like you're a slave owning.
I looked up moon cricket. Apparently, it's a reference to slaves singing at nighttime. I had no idea. Is there another? That's what I. Googled.
No, you nailed it.
That's
okay.
Yeah. Should we bring that back?
I was. I saw a guy on Reddit. He was like, somebody called me a moon cricket on Xbox chat. I had to get off and Google that shit. I can't believe this. I'm so offended now.
Yeah, that guy's a racist and a historian. Apparently,
I remember telling somebody about that like 10 years ago. We were walking out of a restaurant. There's like 3 or 4 of us, and they were like, "Hush, don't say that." And I was like, "No one fucking knows what it means." And I started shouting it in the parking lot of a Sizzler. And sure enough, nobody knows what that means. You know, you're pretty good with that one, pretty safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And nobody's offended by it either. You shouldn't be.
It doesn't seem, it's so high on the silly scale that it's hard to seem offensive.
It's pretty silly. Yeah.
You know,
I picture Jiminy Cricket.
Ooh, I
pictured the full moon. That's where my mind went, which is why I thought it was a reference to white people. Because
because they're white.
They'd be what? They're trying to say white, like a sun cricket. I don't know.
I think Mayo Monkey is like, it's not perfect, but I think that's the closest. And it's kind of got that same thing where it's like, that's just too ridiculous to like offend.
Yeah, it's too silly. Like using mayonnaise in an insult is in and of itself too silly to.
I love mayonnaise. It's true though. I don't
like it. I do not like mayonnaise.
You like these dry sandwiches, huh? Just really parched as you.
No, you can put other stuff.
The
on
salted meats. What do you put on there?
You could put mustard on there.
How much mustard are you going to be able to put before it's nothing but
on there? You could put hot sauce on there.
Get out of here.
Mayo is fine. You just everywhere you go that puts mayo on sandwiches, they think that like you want half the fucking sandwich.
They never put enough. They never put enough mayonnaise on my sandwiches. I have to ask for extra.
You know what?
How
about Thousand Island on a little Frisco melt from Steak and Shake? Ooh,
that's pretty fucking good. I like the Big Mac. You know, I think the Big Mac's still pretty fucking good. I know everybody shits on it. Just get it without the lettuce. It's delicious.
What is Thousand Island?
Thousand Island?
Yeah. What is that made of?
It's like ketchup, mayonnaise, and relish, probably.
Okay. Well, then the relish and the ketchup are doing a lot of heavy lifting because I do like Thousand Island.
Any secret sauce you've ever had has mayonnaise in it. That's the base of every
mustard,
secret sauce.
When you're making a sandwich, a lot of places put too much mustard. Mustard is so strong that you're going to lose the flavor of the meat.
I put mayonnaise in every single sandwich except for the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I put mayonnaise on banana sandwiches. I put mayonnaise on grilled cheeses. Mayonnaise goes inside and outside every fucking sandwich.
Okay, well, the grilled cheese one's different because you put a little bit on the outside. You can do it with butter, too. It doesn't have to be mayonnaise.
It's better with mayonnaise. It browns more.
Yeah, mayonnaise
slur ever.
That's fair.
I've been looking up white slurs. Apparently, cheese-eating surrender monkey is a French person.
No, that's too many words.
You just call them frogs.
Well, that's not even racist. You could have a black Frenchman and still call. Well, maybe don't call him that. Actually,
cheese-eating surrender.
No, we just
frog.
Person.
Yeah,
I'm surprised that one didn't land better. We have different tastes and racial slurs. I guess.
And also, it's not like I don't think you should be making fun of people for eating frogs. Frog legs are fantastic. Everyone who have you never had any?
I've never had any.
It's been a while.
What?
I think I've had them.
No.
How is that possible, Kyle? You are supposed to be my southern ally, even more south of me.
Yeah, you know, I'll eat catfish, but there's some things I don't care for. I don't want to eat frog legs. I also don't eat shrimp. I kind of look down on your whole crab thing because they're just bugs. They're just ocean bugs.
They're really good though.
Yeah,
they're pets.
There's not enough meat on them.
They're bottom dwelling.
You just got to get quicker at it, Scott. I'll teach you.
They're bottom dwelling insects. That they're the same like family of creature or kingdom or whatever.
That's fine. If it comes to the sea, I will eat the bugs. I will eat the crabs and the lobsters.
AOC could get you on board with those bugs.
With the sea bugs, 100%, because crab is great, lobster's great. Crab
that's part of the liberal agenda, right? Their Project 2026, where they're trying to transition us to 80% of beef being cut out of the market and replaced with insect protein. I read it online.
That'll actually get me.
Project 2025 for
That's Project 2026. Actually, it's the same. What did Elon Musk say? The woke virus. It's part of Operation Woke Mind Virus.
Yeah.
I saw that quote from Elon Musk, and he was being interviewed by he's doing Jordan Peterson's thing, and he said that his son lost it. Jordan Peterson was asking him like what flipped the switch in him or whatever. I don't remember how he phrased it, but Elon said, when they killed my son was killed by the woke mind virus. It's like, what the fuck? It's wild. So then I saw his, I guess I'll say daughter, like a video today, and she's like, I'm here, I'm happy, I'm good. And it's like,
did you see the response?
Yeah, she wrote like 4 pages of like, no, you didn't. Basically, that's not true.
Yeah, apparently Elon said that as a 4-year-old, she was really into theater and picking out his clothes, and she would say he looks fabulous. And the 4-year-old, but now former 4-year-old, was like, that's not remotely true. I never said fabulous because I was fucking 4. I wasn't into theater at all because, again, I was 4. I briefly remember my twin being into Hamilton when I was in 8th and 9th grade, and I hated it because he played it incessantly. So I'm not a theater kid. I'm not into clothes. I'm not this. Like, all the thing is, you're making stuff up to appeal to your red pill, whatever. And the truth is, you weren't even home. You didn't live with us. You didn't even know me. And now you're inventing this history.
So as you can see, dishonesty is one of the main symptoms of the woke mind virus. They'll just say anything.
So true.
I can't know it's true, but that's what she said.
Well, I'm making it up as I go along, so it's true. So for first it took his son, and then it made his daughter lie. That's the woke mind virus for you. It turns you into a woman and a liar.
I'm sorry. a natural.
It turns you into a lying woman. My dad said my mom had the woke mind virus, actually, but that was a decade ago.
That's true. So, yeah, when my parents divorced, they were always saying the other was a victim of the woke mind virus.
Yeah, she might have been the first patient 0 of the woke mind virus.
I gotta say, Kyle, I don't like how haughtily you look down on your culture, frog legs.
Oh, I don't know that that's my culture. Maybe it is. I don't know what my fucking culture is, though.
They're so
you see
good.
Frog legs is like a Southern thing?
100%.
Yeah, they're mostly a Southern thing.
In my mind, it vibes like escargot, kind of like a high-end meal.
No, it's not. They're fried every time, and they're fantastic.
Like
my grandma will make us fried frog legs often when we go down to the country, and
it is bordering on white trash food.
It's so good. You can rip out when you're eating it. You can it's almost like you can see the little quadricep muscles, and you're like, man, this guy was strong. This was a big, strong frog. And you're
didn't jump high enough, did you, boy?
No.
This frog had strong legs. Who would have guessed?
They're fantastic. And Scott, you're a Massachusetts guy. I don't expect you to have ever even been adjacent to a frog leg in your life, right?
No, we won the Civil War, so we don't got to eat that shit.
That's a good point. I'm with them.
These two get uppity. Let's kick their ass again.
If part of the Confederacy was mandated frog leg rations, I'd have been a Yankee right away.
Confident with me and Kyle in this battle, but not with Scott on the Northern team.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
I definitely, I've never eaten them. I've eaten some other stuff. I've eaten what do they have? It's not alligator.
Crawdads.
Yeah, gator. Yeah, it's alligator. I've eaten alligator. No, I've never eaten crawdads. But I've eaten alligator a few times.
Gator's
it's always terrible.
It's always who cares meat, and it's a little bit terrible. It's a little chewy, even when it's done correctly. It's kind of chewy.
It's like fried with secret sauce to dip in. It was okay. I had it in Florida. Like they've got those things everywhere. Like they're like the Florida mascot, I guess. I remember we went to one of those. I guess it was kind of like the Tiger King, like a thing like that, where you go fuck with animals, and you're just walking through this path of alligators. Like there's a fence and everything. They can't get you, but they're like right there. They're everywhere. And it's like, I always wanted one. Like my dad had that poultry farm, and the idea at one point, you have to do something with the dead chickens. They die every day in some quantity because you have like 150,000 on site. And even if the mortality rate is 1%, that's a few chickens every day, roughly. And so sometimes some people incinerate them, some people bury them in these deep pits in the ground, but some people have alligator lagoons. they have like 10 or 12 live alligators in a pond on their place, and they feed them all the dead chickens. And I was like, come on, Dad, we need the gators.
What's the bad part of that plan? That seems like the easiest by far. Then digging a giant hole.
I mean, I don't know. I know we didn't decide to get a bunch of gators. I know we didn't.
That would have been so cool. You could have eaten them too, apparently.
I don't know if I'd want to eat gator that had been fed on like nothing but those
already
chickens.
Dead chicken.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter what they eat. It's like catfish, where they eat scum all day, but they still taste delicious and sweet.
Yeah, catfish are awesome. Frog legs are awesome. I won't hear anything to the contrary.
Frog legs are white trash as fuck, but I guess I would try them if they were offered. I wouldn't eat any testicles though. Every time I see somebody eating like Rocky Mountain oysters or some shit like that, it looks like tough and like gristly.
It looks like a lot of sinewy, stretchy tissue that's not pleasant to eat in there. So I wouldn't want that.
Every time I've ever been offered Rocky Mountain oysters, it's been a prank. Like, oh, these are Rocky Mountain oysters. They're like oysters for the mountains, and it's like I know what they are. So no. I like if I eat these, I lose your prank. Fuck off.
Yeah.
You guys ever have chicken hearts?
Yes, I've had fried chicken hearts and fried chicken livers.
Never had either.
They're good.
Yeah,
the
they're
hearts
pretty
aren't
good.
The livers are.
I've never eaten liver.
You
I
liked
like
the
chicken
heart?
hearts, but you got to have them made the Brazilian way. Fucking, they're like they're mad good. Fucking, they throw them on.
What's the Brazilian way?
They just they have like grills. I mean, they're just grills, but they're a little bit different from what we have here. And they cook them on the grill. They don't like fry them in like a pan or anything like that. You can, but it's just the way they marinate them. Like there's a place I used to get them from. They were just like so fucking good. But I think it comes down to the marinade, whether or not it's going to be like really good.
That's how a lot of those meats often go. I would definitely try it because, I mean, I've had them fried. But frying can cover up a lot of stuff. Like if someone offered me like a sautéed fillet of catfish, I'd be like, what have you done? You've ruined it. This has to be fried. It's catfish, dude. Like,
I've never had catfish any other way than fried.
Yeah, that's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
Never had catfish in general.
You've never had catfish? That can't be true. That can't be true.
You're not missing much. It's fine. It's like fine. Like most fish is just fine. Like I rank fish so low on the scale of meats. It barely is a meat. It's so low. It's at the bottom tier, and even the best fish. The best fish doesn't compare to like a burger that I would make with some cheap 80-20 ground beef from the grocery store in 5 minutes.
That's fine, but you can't put fish up against beef. Like, of course, beef is better.
What meat isn't better than fish?
Would you rather have fried chicken or like fried catfish, or is it up in the air? Because there are times.
It's not even close.
There are times, depending on my mood, that I'd rather have the fried fish.
Well, I'm letting you know, chicken. I would never pick the fried fish. It would sit there in a huge pile. There'd be a big fishy pile of fried fish, and there'd be no chicken left.
Oh, that's a damn shame. I ate so much fried catfish at my grandma's house last time I was there, I almost threw up.
I believe you.
I'm a 33-year-old man.
Those feasts that she cooks are ridiculous. You need to take a picture. There's like a camera swipe of like the whole banquet sometime.
I should. My grandma goes, Scott doesn't know this. My grandma is a true Southern lady, and she loves cooking. And so it'll be like me and my two brothers and all of our, wives or girlfriends or whoever. And it's no one but the six of us and both my grandparents going down to their house in the country in the Boot Heel, the southern bit of Missouri. And she will be like, well, I knew all six of you were coming. And so it's 8 of us. And so I bought 17 pounds of the best fillets I could. And then also we're doing fried chicken and fried fish. And then your grandpa thought that we should try using this new Blackstone. And so we're going to make some stir fry too. And so like just an amount of food that's so baffling. It's like a king's banquet every time I go down there. This past Thanksgiving, I brought 2 entire turkeys home. 2 entire fried turkeys and fillets.
It was like the first Thanksgiving.
It was incredible. I'm like, after 5 days of eating nothing but that, I'm like, why are my breaths so shallow?
I've never had a Thanksgiving that involved more than one turkey, and certainly not more than one turkey extra. I was like 2 turkeys extra.
Those giant foil containers, like the bins.
It's like an hour each to cook.
she had 2 of those like full of fried chicken. And then like in the middle of like the evening, we're all just chilling now. We're all full to the rafters, stuffed. And she's like, I walk in there and she's like frying fish. And I'm like, Grandma, what are you doing? She's like, well, I know you all love fried fish. And so I figured while you're down here, because you don't get it in St. Louis, we can get you some good fish.
Is her kitchen a standout kitchen? Like, does she have 2 stoves or anything wild? Like,
she has 2 ovens, an enormous stovetop, the biggest island I've ever seen in person. It's
I'm glad. Who better to have that? I'm glad she does.
She loves it. She's got these like special ultra like memory foam pads in front of all of the places where she stands and cooks.
Oh my God. It's like
so that she can just do that. It's a real deal kitchen. She'll be like, check on that those fried turkeys in there or check on the baked turkeys in there. Okay, because when that's out, we need to put this in. And I'm like, Grandma, everyone's here.
How old is
like
she?
She's going to be 80 before too long.
Does she have you help with like moving heavy things?
Yeah, we'll help move heavy things. But usually the way it splits is my grandpa goes in the garage with this giant like peanut oil fryer, and he'll fry the turkeys in that in the Thanksgiving example. And then while he's doing that, my grandma will be in the kitchen pan frying fish or chicken or whatever, and then she'll have like the double sear method on steaks also going in the it's such a I always thought, you know how you get norms ingrained in you, like it's such a punishment when I go to other people's celebrations, because I'll be like, what is this, an appropriate amount of fucking food? Like, this is ridiculous. Where's your 10 pounds of
suckling pig? Where are the honeyed dormouse?
Oh, and she last time I was there, actually every time we go, she makes a big chocolate sheet cake that's also over to the side. And so like I'll eat a couple edibles, get a little stoned late at night and be like, I'll just have one piece. And then I black out. and then it's, the next morning I'm like, why do I not feel good? I didn't even, do anything bad. Oh yeah, the cake. But this most recent time she made a sheet cake the size of Kyle's torso, and then also made a angel food cake, and then she also made a pound cake in the shape of like an angel food cake, because she was like, well, I had that mold and I figured I'd use them both for the same kind of cake, so just know this one is the pound cake and this one's actually lemon cake. And so she's the best. My shout out to my grandma, who will never see this, who will never listen to this show ever, because she knows, like, if someone brings it up, like my younger brother who listens to this show all the time will be like, yeah, Grandma, you don't even listen to Taylor's show. And she's like, well, he's told me he says some, nasty things on there, and I don't want to know. I just know it seems to be doing well, and so let him do his thing. And so she's shout out my grandma's the sweetest woman alive. Love her so much.
Yeah, I wish good things for her.
Yeah, and her and my grandpa, may they live forever. Probably not. It doesn't tend to happen.
What?
They will.
Imagine your grandpa being busy all the time, like he's got tractor work to do or something. Am I on target at all?
He's like 80, and so he's like long, like actually not that long. For probably like the last 3-4 years, he hasn't done any farm work stuff at all. Still, busy about the house. They garden a lot, and so it's not like a normal like boomer garden. It'll be like they'll send me. It's huge. Like she sent me home with fresh peppers last time I was there, and it was like 5-6 gallon size bags full of peppers, to the point that I'm like, Grandma, I'm not running a restaurant. Like I can't eat all of this in time. And so for like 2 weeks, I would just pop into my fridge and grab like a fresh, poblano or serrano pepper they grew, and then just eat it raw and just try and get through it that way. Still didn't even get close to it. Made it into stir fries and stuff. Yeah, they're great. They're just,
I like it when tomato people are overflowing with tomato and I'm the beneficiary. That's dope.
Yes, their tomatoes are fantastic. I love a good tomato, and you only run into bad tomatoes a lot of the time when you go to restaurants and stuff. Or a burger. A make or break part of a burger is if that tomato is a big, juicy, like hearty slice of it, or if it's one of those bullshit fast food, watery, flavorless discs.
I don't have time for tomatoes on burgers.
You're insane, dude. Tomatoes, a nice fresh tomato. You don't even like those?
Yeah,
dude. I like fresh tomatoes so much. I'll have that on bread. I would love that. Just a tomato sandwich with too much salt.
A little salt. Like we used to go
a little
in their garden,
my sweet child.
Too much salt. Like we used to go in their garden and like eat tomatoes like apples. and they were so good. And I remember even as a young kid eating those tomatoes off the vine and being like, man, tomatoes rock. And then going home and like my mom giving us some other form of tomato and being like, oh, was I fooled at my grandparents' house? Was I having so much fun? I misattributed the flavor? No, it turns out, I don't think there's a bigger chasm of difference between a good version of a food and a bad version of a food than a great tomato versus a bad tomato.
Right. If your grandparents made carrots, I'm not sure you'd be able to distinguish them from supermarket carrots. But tomatoes, so easy.
I watched that new Kevin Costner movie, Horizon.
Oh,
the 3-hour fucking epic. It's on our Plex. It is hard to get through. I guess I probably took me 3 or 4 times going back to it to get all the way through it because I just kept getting annoyed. I think there are 4 stories, maybe 5. There might be 5 separate stories. There's a wagon train, a wagon trail of there's that group of people. Luke Wilson is actually like the boss of that, and he's fine. Like all the acting was fine or whatever. And then Kevin Costner, he's on his own little journey. He's doing his thing. And there's a group of outlaw brothers, and there's several other little tales. There's some Indian hunters, and then there's some bad Indians that killed some people, and there's like a widow and her daughter at this army station. And I thought 3 hours was going to be long, but it wasn't nearly long enough. I know there's a part 2 to this thing, and there might even be a part 3. Part 2 comes out this fall. And I know they were hoping by releasing it to DVD or not DVD to streaming, that it would drive up some interest in the sequel, the continuation of this story. But I'm going to tell you, there's so many different stories. It felt like I watched 3 episodes of Game of Thrones and like nothing happened. Like Kevin Costner's character, I think he gets like 3 scenes or something like that. And they skip forward so fast in time that I've never seen him have a conversation with another character, really. I don't know anything about him as a man. Like,
I have a theory about what happened. My theory is Kevin Costner's been on television for the last, 10 years, 8 years or something like that. And he had an idea that requires the time a TV show has to universe build. And he's trying to put that in movie format. So you take something like Yellowstone. What do they do? 10 hours a year, something like that, 15 hours, 18 hours a year. I don't know. And, but TV nowadays can develop a huge universe like Game of Thrones did, where you learn all these people and all these different parts and you start studying maps to understand how they're moving. But a 90-minute movie can't do that. It's basically just a long episode.
I don't know if there was some production issue like that where maybe he wanted a TV deal. I know he spent like 20
TV better. It's my theory.
I know he spent like 25-30 million of his own money on this project, and so it tanking is a problem for him. I'm not like he's going to go to the poorhouse or anything, but that was his money that's going down the drain, and it just felt like it would have been an okay TV show, I guess. But even what they had, I felt like it reminded me a little bit of how I hated Dune 2. How it felt like there were big chunks of the movie missing and information wasn't being given to me. And I was never interested in any of the characters or cared about them because it's like, oh yeah, I remember you from 50 minutes ago when you had 3 minutes of screen time. You seemed nice. Oh, I know that actor. Oh, come back. Don't walk off the screen. No, come back. Oh, we're going to go look at the Indians for a while and read captions. Okay. It wasn't compelling. It wasn't interesting. I didn't care. I just didn't like it. And the worst part, this is like insult to injury. At the end, they show like a 5-minute action montage of things to come in the next movie. And it felt like it smelt of desperation. It felt like they got to the end. They're like, hey, people are kind of complaining that there was only like a couple of good action scenes. Show them what's to come. And there's like a scene where Kevin Costner kicks a guy and the guy bounces off a wall. And when he does, Kevin punches him, decks him. And then it's like Kevin riding a horse and shooting a rifle. And then it's some guys on a wagon shooting. And then it's Indians shooting. And it's like they made a 5-minute shoot 'em up montage. And they're acting like that's the next movie. And I don't believe them. Believe them. I think we just saw all the action in the next movie. That's also 3 fucking hours.
You mentioned he's not in the poorhouse. You take $25 million from a man who just got divorced, and he's in a different financial situation than he was 2 years ago.
Maybe
that's true.
He's always made these types of movies though. It'll eventually make its money back. Maybe I don't fucking know. I don't know what the streaming numbers are going to be. You just wouldn't. 3 hours is you got to make a really good movie if it's going to be 3 hours. It's got to
or a half-assed podcast.
Or, something like that. But he made The Postman and Waterworld and stuff like that, and those are those big, long 3 hour. It's clear to me. I say it's clear. I suspect that he's still trying to recapture that magic from Dances with Wolves. He won the Oscar for that, or the movie won the Oscar for that. I think for Best Picture. It's an incredible movie, and it's kind of in the same exact time period as this movie he just made. It's right at the end of the Civil War and the years that follow. Actually, I think this show might be a little earlier in the war, but that's what Dances with Wolves was. It begins with him at the end of the Civil War, and then he goes out west and takes on that army base or whatever. You ever seen that, Taylor? Dances with Wolves?
No.
I cry every time I watch it. I've only seen it twice.
It's like a classic movie. Yeah, I'm not a movie guy, but that's one I've seen. It is really good. It's The Last Samurai is basically just that movie, but Japan.
I've seen The Last Samurai.
Yeah, White Savior. I love it. Last Samurai is so absurd. Why is Tom Cruise the Last Samurai? Like, they didn't have any like at least get Keanu Reeves in there. He's half Japanese, I think. Like
wait, was he? I didn't think in that movie that Tom Cruise was the Last Samurai. Like it was about him. Well,
it's about the end of the samurai, right?
Yeah.
Because you have the transition and the kingdom has the guns now. But at the end, there he is with the samurai wearing all that fucking samurai armor with the fucking sword and everything. Why is it a white guy that had to come and save the samurai?
Because it wouldn't be a fish out of water tale if it was a Japanese guy.
Made it a Korean, then it'd be real fish out of water. They'd have burned him on the first day.
Yeah, they wouldn't have cared for that. They'd be like, oh, he white. It's okay. He at least not Korean.
Those Asians really hate each other. I didn't know that growing up. I thought they were all in cahoots together, but
No, I've said before, my friend who's from China, like Chinese from China, will ask her and be like, so what's like the stack ranking over there? And she's like, well, I'm Chinese. We're on top. You ask a Japanese person, they'll say they're on top. And then all the rest, like the South Asians, us and the Japanese agree we're better than them. And so I'll be like, oh, so like Philippines or like Laotian. And they're like, yeah, that's a bunch of jungle Asians. We don't care about them. We're doing our own thing. And I'm like, wow, like just jungle Asians. That's what you guys think? And they're like, yeah, they're below us. Like, and then she said like South Koreans, like they're not even up there with Japanese and Chinese. They're the tier below. And so I loved their her stack ranking rather.
Wow, what a bunch of racists!
Korea hates Japan with a passion because of World War II, even to today.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking crazy. I don't know if this is true or not, but I
don't
guess
let that stop you.
People say it.
I guess they used to spell Korea with a C, and then Japan invaded, and they were like, "Nah, it's with a K now because fucking K comes after J."
Wait, do they even use our alphabet?
That's like the thing is. The thing is, I was told this by
I have
a
perfect
Korean
plan to humiliate Japanese.
I was told this by a Korean dude, though. So it's like, all right, either A, he's biased, or B, he knows what he's talking about. You know, me, I'll let them have their thing. You know, as long as they
one of them lying Koreans.
They have like one Japanese guy whispering in Hirohito's ear the way Bush had his ear whispered into a 9/11. Like, Emperor, they have made it a K instead of a C. Oh, it is after us in English alphabet. They know what they are doing. Kill 1,000 wares to show how serious we are. Oh, Asians, never quit being you.
I appreciate it when I see other groups of people being racist because, like, I feel like the United States gets a bad rap for its racism, and in particular, my region of the United States.
Georgia,
so,
really?
My region of the United States, yeah, a lot of kind of where the civil rights movement happened here.
Yeah.
Which means it's where the most resistance was. It's where the civil rights movement had to start fighting.
So where they were like, all right, we're going to hold you at gunpoint until you go to calculus with this black guy.
Basically, that's what happened. Yeah. More or less. You know, it's weird that you take issue with that, but okay, Taylor. Woo!
What? No, I was saying that's what they had to
Taylor,
do.
have you seen Remember
nothing,
the
Grand
Titans?
Wizard, nothing.
Have you seen Remember the Titans? I know you missed
Yeah.
so many. Oh yeah.
I've seen that.
It's a
That's a
good
great
movie.
movie. I like
See,
that.
That's where integration works. You know, you got a little sugar and a little spice, right? Made that great football team. It's glad there was only one quarterback. Glad there wasn't a black kid who could throw the ball, right?
There was. He got hurt.
Oh,
Broke
did he?
his wrist. Yeah, he was the starter. Sunshine was the backup.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. Woody's right.
I haven't seen it since high school.
Wait.
I just remember the kid from.
Yeah, there was a white guy on the line who let the other team's defensive back go by on purpose, pretending he didn't hear the audible. The guy runs around, slams the black quarterback into the ground, breaks his wrist. He's done throwing the ball for the season. Sunshine comes in, says, "What's wrong with you, wimps? You've never seen a football injury before?" Tells his player to let the defensive lineman go by. He does. When he goes at Sunshine, he low bridges him, puts him up in the air, dumps him onto the ground. Bad guy's walking out injured, and then other teammates go after him, and he stiff arms him in the face and says, "Let's play ball." Then the
and what song starts playing?
We are the champions.
Dun, 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 dun.
I can like hear the beat in my head. Coaches are like, "Looks like we got ourselves a quarterback."
Oh, Jock Jams. Yeah.
That song starts playing. Yeah.
Yeah, but that is on Jock Jams. Just to be clear.
Yeah, I haven't seen it since high school, but that is a good movie. It sucks that that guy gets crippled there in that car accident. It's so, if you go back and watch it now, you probably laugh, because if I remember correctly, he's like happy-go-lucky white guy in his like sick-ass car, and he's like smiling and waving at some pretty girls or something, and then like out of nowhere, like a car comes and T-bones him and just cripples him, just takes his legs right out from under him.
Yeah, it was such a downer. They were so happy from the win.
That was Opie from Sons of Anarchy too. I didn't realize it.
He's also in Saving Private Ryan. He's the deaf guy they're trying to get directions from at the airplane crash. Or is it?
Oh,
yeah.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Ryan?
The song was more of a Motown thing. It's like doom 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 doom.
Okay.
I'm right.
I haven't seen it in a long fucking time.
Apparently this is my Kyle moment where I can recite to see.
How many times? I feel like you watch this movie quite a bit. You got a real connection to this one. I know you've talked about before how much you like it, though.
I actually just like victory scenes in movies. So sometimes I'll go to YouTube and watch, like, you know, Captain America get the thing, Sunshine take over for the broken quarterback. So I watch this scene a lot.
Okay, I do that with Clint Eastwood movies. I like the ends of Clint Eastwood movies when he kills everyone.
What do you watch when you're just watching something, Scott? Like, do you follow any TV, movies, anything like that?
I've been kind of making my way around to stuff that I never watched before, like Sons of Anarchy. I watched that this year. I watched it years ago, but I finished it like this year. I'm in the middle of Band of Brothers right now.
First time,
yeah.
Do you know what happened recently?
What happened recently
in your watching? Like, do you know what episode you're on, or?
No. The Germans broke through the Ardennes, and they had to go out there, and it was the winter. They didn't have any clothes. Like, that was
Bastogne.
Bastogne. Yeah. Okay. You're mostly through the action.
Yeah. That's a really good episode. I think it's over an episode. They do the best.
Then you got that stupid shit where I don't want to spoil Band of. I just realized I could potentially spoil Band of Brothers.
Yeah,
my connection to Band of Brothers. I went through a really bad breakup when I was like 18 or 19 or whatever, and my roommate had the DVD box set, and so like I took the day off work because I was crying at work, and they sent me home. I just remembered that. It's so funny.
Sir, would you like to buy a Chevy?
I just remembered that. No,
because we beat bitch out of this dealership.
And if I was outside sitting on a golf cart, and the manager came out there, and he's like, Why you look so sad, Kyle? And I was like broke down and started crying before I could explain. And he like hopped in the golf cart with me and drove off real quick so nobody would see me cry.
Oh,
He's okay taking care of.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah. Greg
funny.
was a good guy.
Shout out, Greg.
He had ran a drug lab before he had sold cars. Actually, he'd been a prisoner of the
guy.
State before. The entire manager of that dealership was a part of like a former drug family, and it was still in the same order down. And he was hiring all the people who had went to jail for him right before they were getting out, and he was hiring them, to sell cars for him now because they used to sell drugs for him.
Good for him. He knows a salesman.
Yep, cool guys. But yeah, but my roommate had that DVD box set, and I needed something to like take my mind off my sad 18-year-old life or 19-year-old life, and so I just watched the whole series of Band of Brothers in one sitting. I remember I didn't eat. I remember I ate a peanut butter sandwich like halfway through, and then nothing else. I don't know how long that series is. Back then, it seemed like it was forever long, but it's probably only
12 hours. Isn't it like
I watched
10,
it in one,
hours?
whatever it is. I watched it in one sitting. Just sat there and watched Band of Brothers
In one sitting.
It's such a good series.
I was having a bad day.
Yeah. I'm not judging. It's just a lot of
Band of Brothers.
Yeah.
No, it's really good. I think we all here rank it in that like
Towards
Mount
the very
Rushmore of like mini series and TV shows and whatnot, with a lot of the other HBO gems that they've made over the years.
My personal
it's really
experience with Band of Brothers is I had just installed Surround Sound. It was the first time I had ever had it. So like there's bullets like zipping by behind me in a way that I had never heard before, and I really like that.
Kyle and Woody are more down on the second Band of Brothers, which in fairness,
Pacific.
the Pacific. It's not nearly as good as the original, but it's not bad. It's still good. Like it's still a great series.
I think it suffers a little bit from the Star Wars effect. I would argue that not all of it. I'm not saying everything Star Wars is good, but sometimes the Star Wars movie is good. It's a B, but because we're expecting it to be this most amazing thing, a new part of Western civilization, part of our culture is going to be Star Wars, and it doesn't meet that impossible expectation, we say it sucked.
So that was made.
It's okay.
So that was made in 2010. I think there's. Let me make sure there's 10 episodes. I'm pretty sure
I think
they're
both 10 episodes.
You want to take a guess at how much the 10 episodes cost to make? Just you could divide by 10, and
The second one,
how much do you think each episode of the Pacific cost to make?
Pacific.
$5 million.
$5 million.
Say $1 million.
$2.5 million. $1 million. $22 million per episode they spent to make the Pacific. $220 million. They opened the piggy bank over at HBO because they just had Band of Brothers. They were looking for another grand fucking slam, and if this takes off, it's like, oh, let's do the Africa Corps next, but I don't think it did quite that well.
Yeah, it wasn't.
The third one that I can never remember the name of, Airmen or something, is awful.
Oh, fuck those guys. I couldn't get into that, man. I watched that first episode and I just wasn't feeling it. And then you shat all over it. And then kind of the internet did too. So I try not to, I don't want to like waste that brain space on shows like that. If you do want a show to watch, did you watch Snowpiercer with me, the TV show?
I saw some Snowpiercer. Yeah, I watched that.
So
I don't think I finished it because it got really kind of retarded.
Well, fuck you. Okay, so Snowpiercer's cool. There's the movie Snowpiercer is really good. It's got Captain America in it. You'd appreciate that, Woody. Basically, it's in the future, and
I know his real name, Steve Rogers.
Yes, that's Steve Rogers. Like the premise is the Earth was going into global warming, and scientists shot this stuff in the atmosphere to reflect the sun to like fix the global warming, but it worked too well, and it froze the planet. And it didn't just freeze it a little. It's like negative 200 degrees outside. Like everything's dead. But by happenstance, there was this crazy, like Elon Musk. There was a billionaire man who was already building. Who was building this train that would like navigate the whole landmass of the world, in this giant loop, and it would make one revolution per year. And it's got like
a practical way to survive.
Well, it turns out it's got this engine that like runs on magic and never quits working. And also the train is as enormous or as cramped as you need it to be for the plot. Oh, are we in the tail of the train where the poor people have to live because they stowed away? This is tiny. You can Just shoulder room only. We're squeezing past everyone. Oh, are we in the front part and we need to have a fight scene? Well, there are 3 levels to the train. You're on the second. Up there's the first level. There's whole aquariums in the train. There's cattle cars full of cattle. There's libraries. There's a bar restaurant. There's like anything you can imagine. There's over 1,000 cars, and they're all different things because this Mr. Wilford guy who owned the train was this eccentric Howard Hughes like billionaire, and he wanted like a perfect ecosystem as much as anything else. So like they harvest the sushi fish on like a certain schedule, and it's absurd. And it's mostly about class structure. You have the people in the tail they had to eat each other at the beginning of the journey because there wasn't a food source. And now they eat these disgusting roach bars. And they're always trying to rebel and take over the train. And then you've got middle class and first class. And there's this whole, upheaval in the movie. And it's very good. There's a TV show with Jennifer Connelly that there are 4 seasons of now. The 4th season just came out. This is the show that Switch was working on in Canada. And I was upset because they said they weren't going to use the 4th season that they already filmed, which might not be a good sign. But they did release it. I think it just came out. I'm rewatching it right now with my girlfriend. I'm in like the 2nd season. I think it's fun. They torture people with the cold air. Like they'll like use the cold air from outside to freeze your fingers off and smash them with a hammer. They make people stick their arms out of these little portholes and freeze their whole arm off and then smash them off with a hammer in front of everybody. They take arms.
You're right, Kyle. This is fun.
It's a fun, lighthearted jaunt.
Oh, it's dark. It's dark.
Are you
and bloody
on House of the Dragon?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You too.
Why are you guys putting yourself through it? It's not going to pay off. You're going to be Game of Thrones.
I bet this
again.
Dude, I bet this shit is 20 million an episode.
House of the Dragon, Scott, is the sequel, which is a prequel in the storyline to Game of Thrones. And I don't know if you watched Game of Thrones, but it was the best show on TV for like 5 years, and then it became absolute dog shit, like taking all the prophecies, everything that was going to happen, and throwing it into the dirt and not fulfilling them. And so there was a huge there's a reason that Game of Thrones is not part of the cultural zeitgeist anymore, and no one references it. There are no memes about it because they did that bad of a job.
We were very big fans of that show. Woody has a room in his house devoted to it. I have artwork for it. Like we were very in depth. And we read the books, we got into the lore. We made it a part of our personalities there for a few years, and then it ended so badly that I won't go back and rewatch it. And I'm someone who rewatches shit all the time. Mm-hmm. This is the prequel season to that. It's like a fantasy medieval times where one family has dragons and nobody else does. And so the family that has the dragons is in this open rebellion against one another, trying to figure out who's the rightful heir to the kingdom. And there's like a dragon war going on TV. And everything Taylor has said is true about the other show shit in the bed. But God damn it, they're spending $20 million an episode making dragons fight in the air. And I want to see it. So
I won't get fooled again. I'm George Bush. Will not be fooled again. Fool me once on a dragon show. Shame on me.
Kyle, 1 out of 10 this season so far.
This season? Like a 6. Like a 6.
Okay. I would have said 6 or 7.
Yeah, I feel like 7's giving it too much credit, and 5 is shitting on it too hard. Mm-hmm. I haven't loved this season. I thought there's been a couple of great action scenes I really cared for. Again, and I'm told that the black people are supposed to be there, but there's an awful lot of them now. There didn't used to be quite some.
Wait, you mean like in the book?
I don't know about the source material or the book or whatever. I don't know about any of that. I'm
pretty sure they have very white skin, blonde hair, and purple eyes in the book.
Okay, well, I'm referring to all the black folks that are on the TV show that we're talking about. I see a lot of them.
They're the seafaring dragon people, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Seafaring. That's why.
Yeah, they have white hair, Taylor. Like even the black ones have this white hair, and it's so ridiculous.
Long white dreads.
They have long white dreads. I like that guy a lot. He's one of my favorite characters. But now we're meeting a lot more black folks, and there's a black girl riding a dragon, and I'm supposed to be scared of her or something. Like they gave her a dragon, Taylor. You wouldn't believe this. Like what are they doing?
Oh my goodness, what's going on over there?
They're gonna be sitting in the front of the stagecoaches. Next thing you know. Anyway, that kind of you know me. I see these black girls with this white fucking wig on. I don't know. I don't know why.
At first, I was like, I don't like that they're black because it's not true to the source material. But now I don't mind because it helps me distinguish the ocean dragon people from the land dragon people.
But all the black people look the same to me, so I can't tell who's who anymore. I know they're all related. They're all related. I know that because they have that white hair. But like, I don't know
there's
what
just
the
a
lineage
second part
is.
of the same family that's all black.
They're the Valyrians, right? Aren't they, or
Yeah.
something like that?
Yeah.
So these aren't
Are they all
Targaryens. These are
Valyrian?
Valyrians,
Oh,
and they're all fucking. And well, it's complicated apparently, and it's all made up by that fat cocksucker who has no work ethic. So who cares? My point is, there's a lot of black folks in this medieval time show riding dragons and shit. And I'm having a hard time keeping up with all the black folks and why they're black. And it's just weird that they're black. I don't mind there being black people there. It just be like if you made, you know, it's like when in Fantastic Four when they're like, actually one of you's black now, and it's like, but it's a family. That's like they're brothers and sisters. You know that, right? Adopted brother. Like, fuck you. What are you doing? So I give it a 6 out of 10, and I only give it that because I've enjoyed the dragon fighting and the costumes look on point to me. But frankly, it's been a lot of sitting in rooms talking, but it's not that witty banter that you can be like, oh, like it used to be like the smartest guy you've ever met was talking shit. And then surprise, surprise, he's not the smartest guy you've ever met. In walks this new guy who's fucking got it, who has information. He has whether it's Viserys or it's Tyrion with a fucking witty jab to throw at his sister. There was always those like almost Jerry Springer like gotcha moments where you throw it in their face. And the writing doesn't feel like it's there to me. It just feels like boring conversations in rooms about strategy. And it's the same thing over and over. It's being pounded into my head. The men won't let the women rule. The men are sexist. They don't see how smart and brave the women are. And if they ever could, then this would all be over. That's the whole message of the goddamn show. It's just men talking in rooms and ignoring women with common sense, and or not taking women seriously because they can't, you know, wield a sword or whatever.
Every time Matt
over and
Smith
over and
is
over.
on the scene this year, that scene is dog shit. Do I have
They
his name
drugged
right?
him.
Matt
They
Smith?
literally drugged the white male character, Taylor, and he has stayed drugged.
Is that what it is?
Remember when she gave him those fucking potions and shit? There's a witch. He's living with a witch in a haunted castle.
My dumb ass. I thought it was the
she-
haunting that caused it. That caused
she's-
these.
No,
Why
there's
does
no-
he keep drinking the potions?
he doesn't know. She poisoned him days ago. She's cooking his food. They're preparing it. They keep eating.
I'm
They've clearly
stupid.
poisoned.
No, I'm not stupid.
Women,
it's hard to
am I
pay
right?
attention to the show. It's too fucking slow.
It's all three.
Kyle's like,
I think you're
it's
right,
just
too. It's all
bandit."
three.
Sometimes they're not even talking. Sometimes you're looking at a guy sitting in silence thinking. I'm like, this is the worst TV show right now.
They finally showed a
You guys are
woman
both
naked.
proving my point that
Dude,
you're
they finally
setting
showed a
yourself
woman
up to
naked
get
and everybody
got
was-
by another show.
I'm not
Don't
gonna get
do
got.
it.
I know what I'm buying in for. I enjoy what I'm watching for the most part. It's not dog shit. It's like a Wendy's hamburger. All right, you know, it's not a filet mignon, but I'm not gonna turn down a Wendy's hamburger, Taylor. It's square. They don't cut corners.
That could have that's the most convincing argument you've ever made to me in the 10 years I've been doing this.
I appreciate
like
you
that.
saying that. Thank you.
I won't turn down a Wendy's hamburger. You know what? He's right. I wouldn't either. I'd eat it.
But I just don't give a shit. I don't like any character in that show other than Matt Smith. But the goodwill I carry on to him is from like Doctor Who or something. You know what I mean? Like I like Matt Smith. I don't care about Daemon Targaryen, who seems like a
he was
real
pretty good
cocksucker.
last season.
But see, like
He's all right. Yeah,
as a
he's
way
done some
to-
cool shit,
to,
but he's a
like,
piece of
boil
shit at
down
heart.
as a way to like distill that this series isn't what it used to be. Like neither of you would recommend Scott start Game of Thrones.
No.
right?
Oh, okay.
Because
So
I
that's-
wouldn't either.
So that's a weird one. So here's what I'll say about Game of Thrones. It's monumental TV for like 5 fucking years. It keeps you spellbound, and maybe it was just the time when it was coming out because
Yeah.
YouTube and the internet was all over it too, and so you had all these YouTube channels that like did theory and nobody knew what was coming because they would change things from the books slightly, and so you'd even throw off some of the book watchers who knew what was coming. And there are scenes in this show where it's like, I'm trying to think of, it'd be like if Luke Skywalker died in the second movie. It's like, wait, Luke Skywalker's not the guy? No, Luke was bitch made. It's actually Luke's brother. Like, holy fucking shit. But Luke's brother fell in the Snarlack pit. Did he? Oh! Like, that's what this show would do to you. It would take your Luke Skywalker gets his throat slit, like
Mhm.
on screen out of nowhere. Like there's a scene in this show where like you're Luke Skywalker, your main fucking dude who you think's gonna be like the white, he's literally the good looking white dude with the big sword on the white horse who like slams pussy and saves kingdoms, and they cut his throat like it's nothing. And then the episode ends and you're just like, I guess next week we find out who picks up the pieces, and next week it's worse for the good guys. It's like this is a show that rapes the good girl. Like the good girl gets raped on screen, and it's like
like awful. Season 1, like episode 4.
Rapes and murders and dismemberments and awful things happen to your favorite character.
But a lot of plot armor. I really respect a show where no one's safe, right? If you watch, I don't know, most shows, and the hero is really having a tough time and he's surrounded, you're like, whatever. You know, they're either going to give him flying power, or he's going to beat up 19 guys and get out of this room. He's the hero. Fucking Jack Reacher is going to be fine. And in Game of Thrones, all of a sudden Reacher died. You're like, wait, what? How could Reacher die? But he does.
Yeah.
Like
retrospectively, I bet it's not as good watching even the first 5 seasons of Game of Thrones, because you're going to the whole time be seeing them hint at these prophecies and these plot lines that don't matter.
That bothers me in the show we're watching now. Because House of Dragon drops that Song of Ice and Fire quote probably every other episode. They because it is a secret that only the higher ups of the royal family know, and the king has 2 heirs sort of, so they both know. And so there's like 3 people who know about it on the show, and they've all been told. And it's like this hushed, whispered thing. Like, you don't even know. We have to be solid here because one day winter is coming, and they tell the little tale of the prophecy. And I'm like, no, don't worry about it, dude. Fucking a 14-year-old girl with that knife that dude right there has is going to take him out like it's nothing. Like
so
that show let us down in a way that women haven't. I've had breakups that didn't hurt as much as what Game of Thrones did to me. It was hard.
I think Game of Thrones better on rewatch because the pacing is better. You know, like of course, for example, you wait, like some of the seasons took like a year and a half, maybe slightly more than that. So you wait a year and a half, and then you find out what this fucking season only has 6 episodes, and then episode 2 is shit, or 3 or whatever, and you're like, no, there were only 6. And now some incalculable percentage of them is bad, and like it ruins the season, it ruins the show. It's more important. But when you're rewatching it and you can watch 3 a day, 1 week episode isn't a big deal.
There's a character called Jon Snow, and I love that character so fucking much. He's like the goodest good guy that ever gooded, and like he's as pure as the fucking driven snow, which he's named after. Like he wouldn't tell a lie to save himself. He's that guy. Like he'd rather die than dishonor himself. And he's also, as the most arch villain in the show said, "I hear you're the greatest swordsman in all the North." like there's a point where these 2 armies are gonna fight, and Jon Snow's like, "How about me and you just fight? We save all these guys. We and you just have it out, and if I lose, my army will fall back, and if you lose, I'll take the castle." And he's like, "Ha! I hear you're the greatest swordsman in all the North. That'd be kind of stupid, wouldn't it?" And you realize that, like, oh man, this evil villain is not just evil; he's also smart. You know, he can't be goaded into this honorable sword fight. He has no interest in it. Like the villains in that show, I think Umbridge. I don't know if you watch Harry Potter movies or read the books, but like Dolores Umbridge is one of the is probably my least favorite, most hated villain of all time. But after that, it's Joffrey. It's Joffrey from Game of Thrones, and then it's Ramsay Bolton. In that order are the meanest, most cruel, actually most terrifying like villains of all time. Like this, the dude likes to skin people alive, and it's not just like his private thing that he has to say, "Oh, I got you where I want you. I'm going to skin you alive." It's like all the houses have banners, and some of the banners will be like a mountain or a big gold ring or a sunshine. His banner is a man skinned alive. It's like what they do. It's like it's how they roll. And he'll skin these people alive, and they'll just be out there like dying of like the cold because he does it so well. He skins this old woman alive one time. It's awful. He cuts a main character's cock off. He cuts a main character's cock off.
Dude,
it's wild show, man. It's wild.
Yeah, sounds like it.
There's shit in that show where you're like, that's a permanent injury.
Just to be clear, he doesn't cut his dick off and then kill him. He cuts his dick off and then keeps him as a man dog pet for like the rest of the show. Like it's fucked up. He changes his name. like it's rough. It's hard to watch sometimes. It's like don't cut his dick off.
Yeah. It was a good show, but it didn't end up being a good show. So I wouldn't recommend anyone I know to start watching it if they didn't already suffer through the last at least 2 seasons of that horse shit.
Yeah, it makes sense. I have a hard time recommending it. I guess I would go through the like speech I just went through to y'all just now that like, man, there's some amazing shit.
Just watch
Incredible
Oz.
Highs. What if you quit after?
Watch Oz on HBO. It's the saddest, most depressing.
Yes,
show.
Oz is hilarious. Eventually, meet the wizard. It's a feel-good story.
Yeah, you know how you have to wait till season 4 for Theon to get his dick cut off? Well, guess what? J.K. Simmons, the head Nazi, rapes Beecher 17 minutes into episode 1 of that prison show. It's insane.
I don't like that one. That's my least favorite show of all time.
Harsh. It's a little harsh. You guys want to call it a show?
Yeah, I haven't eaten. I'm so hungry.
Scott, where can everyone find you and all of what you're doing?
Scott Sullivan MMA on YouTube, at Sullivan_MMA Twitter, Scott Sullivan MMA Instagram, and also Fish Tank is running right now. It's kind of an in-between seasons thing. It's called Bitch Tank. So check that out, fishtank.live. Thank you guys for having me as well. Thank you so much. It's so great to get back here.
Anytime, dude. So check all that out. Go to Scott's channel, subscribe to him, watch his streams, and check out Bitch Tank.
Cool. PKA.
Jizz pills. Jizz.